Time to set the stage with the lights off. Let the little nigga breathe till the fight's lost. You ain't never like the room with the bright sauce. Hail Mary, they despise what the light brought. Let them roach niggas bleed if they can't see. sa.neter TV, what you can't be. They say that murder on my mind, now they can't breathe. Take a picture of the crew, that's your last peep. Oh, and need me your love, yeah, that's just me. Keep them jumping like some frogs, so they might be leave when the sun set. And they don't really wanna bleed from the gunplay. And like mine, nigga smoking weed on the one-way street, nigga. Yeah, we see we outside with it. Pull up to debates like we might be with it on guard. Side these niggas like bullshit and they fraud. Let me chop them down with the sword. Walk them down like they live bars. This the toughest you gon' be in, we too hard. And you don't really want that smoke, my G. Who would be sa.neter TV? This the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in, toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Keep that off your lip before you get flipped. We got sources over here, we don't just spit. Too many bosses over here, y'all just legit. Put them niggas in the game, let them get real. Don't even step unless you come in with that scholarship. That economic tip, gotta make a dollar flip. And I might be next, I don't give a damn, a truth rolling with me, so I'm feeling like the son of man. Too many gon' hate, gotta make a stand. I'm just trying to duck the lake, you don't understand. Read them when I greet them, that's my best plan. Head first shit, I'm just saying. Nigga meet me in LA, oh you just playing. Too many be fake, what the base saying. So I tell them they don't want no smoke before they end up in the newspaper next day. Smoke, this the toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. And this is it right here. The toughest you gon' ever be in. You wasn't conscious before us. Y'all niggas was asleep. We woke the sleeping giant. We did it. sa.neter TV. So stay your ass in your little bitty box where you feel safe. Cause it's motherfucking monsters over here. Real monsters.
Peace and Pan-Africanism to Brother Herman Smalls in the toughest environment you can be in.
Yeah. Peace and Black Power family. Are we ready? Let's get this thing in, man. Y'all already know what it was. Last week, Ron Dalton came over and shook up the foundation of the Israelites. We're going to see where you at, Ron. Let's get this thing going. Where you at, brother? Past 2 o'clock. Peace, Ron. You got the link? All right, got you. All right, so y'all seen what happened last week. We're going to continue with part 2, and we're going to get it in, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Get the people in the building, the people coming in. That's good timing, though, Ron. You know, let's get the people some time to get in.
Oh, spit fire, ignite the scroll. From pyramids to pavement, they feel the soul. Elder apostles dropping jewels, rare and colossal. The HOK, we get hostile over gospel. Religion in your ears, science in your nostril. House of consciousness, ain't no room for the docile. Toughest debate forum, earth can't deny. Iron sharpens iron till the sparks start to fly. Sa.neter said so. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Michael Guillotine sliced the lies from the clean crowd, electrified, charged like a live machine. Hieroglyphs in my veins, ancestors in my spleen. Building blocks of truth, DNA of a king. The HOK ain't for the timid or the frail. Weigh your knowledge on the scale, or get derailed. Sharpen swords in the foreign minds prevail, or drown in the current when the truth sets sail. Sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough. Iron tongue, every word a blade. Cut through illusions, truth displayed. No retreat, no surrender, we crusade. House of consciousness where legends are made. Sa.neter said source up. Get your skin thick or your career folder. Sa.neter said source up. Weak arguments crumble, they ain't bold enough.
All right. All right. As y'all, like I said, man, for those of y'all who missed last week's show, you can go back and visit it. It's right there on my channel. And this will be a continuation, part 2. A lot of people are running from my brother Ron Dalton because they don't want to have this type of discussion because it exposes their what they teach. It exposes them. And so they running, ducking, and hiding. And so it causes Ron to just have to come out and let the information out, man. Regardless, the people going to see it. The people going to wake up. And without any further ado, brother, how you been, man?
I've been good. Been good. Just calling out these Israelites and
man. And you know what? You should. I think you're too hard on them, man. Pause. I don't know what it is that you got these boys running from you, man.
They know they're not gonna debate me.
Yeah, that's not a good look though, man. You know,
not a good look. That's sad. How can you call out Mike Tyson and Anthony Joshua and Holyfield and Floyd Mayweather? How can you call out the top leaders in Israel and they don't do anything? They don't say anything. They don't respond. If they do respond, they say, "No, we won't debate you. No, Ron, I decline." That's crazy to me because we read the same Bible. We're well studied. We've been in this for over 10 years now, and you got juggernauts and teachers that have thousands, if not millions, of followers. That their followers are looking at this. They're saying like this guy Ron Dalton called out our leader, like Goliath was calling out the Israelites and saying, "Who can challenge me? Who can defeat me?" And all the Israelites were scared except for David. Like the Israelites today, if you stand by your truth as 100%, then why be afraid to have a discussion or debate on this stuff?
I agree. Well, y'all know this right here is all about sourcing up. And all through the last part 1, Ron Dalton sourced up from the beginning to the end, showing sources, undisputed. And that's what it is, brother. They seeing. Some people know the truth, brother. Some people know the truth, but they just can't go. Like you got IUIC, they just can't go against their leader. You see what I'm saying, Nathaniel? So they see you bringing the information, but they can't go against it. You know?
No.
So who are the Canaanites? Let's continue with this conversation, man. Here's the joint that we're going to be dealing with. Israelite leaders don't know who the Canaanites are. Why do they avoid teaching or debating on the topic? Because they don't really understand the topic. And they can't go against their teacher, so they rather just not even deal with the topic. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of them don't understand the topic or know the real history. Like you go in on that, man. And so without any further ado, I pass the mic to you. And if any one of y'all got the heart and the courage that's watching this video right now, I'm talking about the Israelites. I'm talking about the Indians that's out there. I'm talking about you African brothers that's out there. I'm talking about the top scholars. If any of you got the heart, hit me up. Y'all know my email, and I'll get Ron on the call immediately. Let's get it. I pass you the mic, Ron. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. All right, so let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, there it is.
It ain't pop up yet. All right, I see it. I see it. There you go.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me get to where we left off last time.
Yeah.
And I'll try to move fast.
No, do your thing, brother. Do your thing. I don't
do my thing.
Anything. Yeah, I ain't got nothing next after this. But go in, do your thing.
Okay. All right. So let me make it bigger if you can see it. Slideshow from current slide. Okay.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
All right. So let's go. So the Israelites today, they run from scholarship and research. I mean, they do some research, reading books from other people and saying, because I read it in this book, you know, this is who we believe this person is, like Esau and Ammon and Moab, the Chinese that they say. But the Israelites all know that the 12 tribes of Israel, when they left Egypt, that they were told to possess the land of Canaan. And God gave this land to them. He gave them the land of another people, the land of the Canaanites, that were one of the sons of Ham. And so the Israelites today, they rarely teach on who are the Egyptians today, who are the Cushites today, who are the Puttites today, and the fourth son of Ham, Canaan. They don't teach on this either. And it baffles me that in the year 2025, that after 10 years of teaching, 10 plus years of teaching Israelite class lessons, you know, IUIC, ISUPK, GOCC, and a host of other Israelites on YouTube, they know who they are, big names. I don't see nobody teaching on this stuff. And I always wanted to know, well, if the Israelites were told to possess the land of Canaan, who are the Canaanites? Because they should still be in the land. And where they are and where they're indigenous to, where their DNA is indigenous to, should be where we know the true land of Canaan is at. So looking at this DNA genetic map of the haplogroups on the maternal side, we have to understand that the Israelites, like I said earlier in the last show that some Israelites didn't get, is that Jacob only had one daughter. And so to be an Israelite, you had to be from the womb of his wives, and you had to be from his loins, his sperm. So Dinah was the only Israelite woman from the start. And the 12 sons and their sister, they had to keep the lineage going by having sex with the opposite race and having children. But you are who your father is, and the Israelite boys were tasked with continuing the bloodline based on the pedigree of the Israelites is based on your father's lineage. And so when the Israelites would Jacob's 12 sons, when they went into Egypt with Joseph, they obviously were in the land of Egypt, and they had to repopulate their lineage with women. Common sense tells us these Israelite women, these Israelite men are not going to have children with their sister. They're not going to have children with their mothers or stepmothers or play mothers, like Rachel and Leah, Zilpah, and Bilhah. All of the Israelites did not come from one mother. All the 12 tribes did not come from one mother. They came from various mothers. Therefore, we know that these Israelite men are not going to sleep with their mother or play mothers. That's incense. And I'm sure the husband, Jacob, would not approve of that. Anyway, so the Israelites had to procreate with the other women of Ham in Egypt and in Sudan, the land of Cush, even the land of Put. But the land of Canaan is what we're going to focus on today. Why do we see so many maternal DNA haplogroups in sub-Saharan Africa? Because a lot of the Bantu people and West Africans come from the wombs of non-Israelite mothers from the beginning. Egyptians, Canaanites, Cushites. This is a fact. This is a logic and critical thinking. When you look at the maternal DNA L2A, which is dark green, you see that it is highest on the pie chart in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. You see the Mbuti pygmy is there. They have a high percentage of L2A. Where else do we see it at? In Mozambique. We see it in Somalia. Interesting. Somalians are connected to the ancient Egyptians from way back, but over time they had mixtures with other races from across the Red Sea and other Shemitic tribes. But anyway, you see that L2A is seen all throughout West Africa, including L2. And L2 is seen in the Sahel. You see it in Chad, in Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, Cape Verde. These are your lands where your children are put. Your children are put, or the Libyans live at. So a lot of the Tuaregs in the houses, they have the maternal DNA L2, just as West Africans do as well. But one of the things we have to realize is that when looking at maternal DNA haplogroups, it tells us the migration of people. You know, the people that left Egypt, the women in Egypt and Sudan most commonly had the maternal DNA L3E and L3F, which was blue, which is the blue shades. And we see this all throughout sub-Saharan Africa, as well as we see a high percentage of it in the pie graph of Somalia. Why do we see the L3 haplogroup and L3F and L3E and the L3s high in Somalia? Because the Somalians are connected to the ancient Egyptians. This is where the L3 haplogroup kind of emerged and later had mutations, giving other branches like L3E, L3D, L3B, L3F. These are all shaded blue. This is a fact. So L3 can be seen in Northeast Africa, Egypt, Sudan, as you can see here on the pie graph. You see the light blue and the darker shade of blue in Sudan, following its way into Ethiopia, and then also into the land of Punt, which is Somaliland. Now, the maternal DNA haplogroup L is seen also in Europe, but very, very little. L1B is the most common haplogroup seen in Europe. Where is it at in Europe? It's seen in the same place that the Black Jews were at and the Black Moors in Spain and Portugal, aka Iberia, Southern Europe. L1B is fairly new on the haplogroup chart and has been connected to Europe because of the spread of the Bantu Israelite Africans that bore this L1 or L1C or L1B mutation from Central Africa, West Africa, into Spain and Iberia by crossing the Strait of Gibraltar. This is in the north where Morocco is at. So you see the Yoruba, the Mandingo, the Bakongo, you will see this L1B. You just got to look closely on the map. Here you'll see the sort of the green. It's like Kermit the Frog. Well, I don't know, it's like a lighter green. It says L1B. You see it in Central Africa. You see L1B in West Africa. You see L1B in North Africa, but it's also seen in Spain and Portugal. L1A had its origin in Central Africa, where you have the Kingdom of the Congo, the Kitara Kingdom in Uganda, and eventually you have mutations that evolved into L1A2, L1C, L1B. But according to the geneticists, these ancient DNA haplogroups all originated in Central Africa. And from there, people started to spread into other directions. It was called the Bantu expansion. So L1A is seen in Sao Tome, which is the Portuguese colony where they used to take a lot of slaves from Angola and house them in the island of Sao Tome. But even in ancient times, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they sent their Black Jews to their colonies off the coast of Africa, and of course also to Spanish America and Portuguese America, like Brazil. So therefore, you will see the DNA haplogroup of the Bokongos and the Angolans, or the Kingdom of the Dongo. You'll see it in Sao Tome. You'll see it also in Biako Island, which is a Spanish colony. They speak Spanish there. It's off the coast of the Bight of Biafra near Nigeria. You'll see that there. Yes, it's there. And you also will see L1B as well. Okay, let's keep going. Today we're here to teach, and the Israelites, if they have the courage to come on and just listen and learn, then you're going to learn something today. And you know, you guys need to start teaching correctly. And if you don't believe that what I'm teaching is correct, simply put your truth and your research to the test, and let's have a discussion or a debate. I don't run from debates for these top leaders, but they do. Okay, L1B, you'll see it in the shaded areas where it's kind of reddish. You'll see it in the southern DRC going into Zambia. You see it throughout the northern part and northwestern part of the DRC, all the way going into West Africa, into the Sahel. And of course, like I said earlier, you'll see it on the map in Europe and areas of Spain and Portugal. Okay, this is real, and this is sources. I didn't pull this out of the sky. This is not something that Chat GPT just conjured up out of nowhere. This is an actual genetic article. This is the different diagrams that they have in the genetic article. So this is proof. You guys want proof? Sources, .edu, .gov, all this stuff you guys like to say, it's all there. I didn't make this stuff up. So you have the L0 haplogroup, which is one of the oldest haplogroups that exists in Africa that the Canaanites carried. You'll see it in Southern Africa. You'll see it L0A throughout Sub-Saharan Africa. You'll see specific haplogroups like L0D and L0K seen in the Khoisan people, Bushmen in Southern Africa. This is a fact. The other brother on here the last time, Brother Siku, I think he's from Senegal, I think he's Mandinka, sa.neter, another Israelite by DNA, E1B1A. He may not know it, but he is an Israelite. He asked about where's the archaeological and anthropological proof? Well, archaeology, we know, is the study of ancient things, archaic. And when you dig up ancient bones, whether it's dinosaur bones or animal bones or human bones, you are in the field of archaeology. Archaeologists, they dig up all this stuff. And they can test these bones because they're biological tissue, whether it's dead or alive. They get tested for DNA, genetics. This is called archaeogenetics. This is a fact. So genetics does deal with archaeology. People say, where's the proof, Brian Dalton? Where's the archaeological proof, the anthropological proof? What is anthropology? Anthropology is a field of study that explores the origins, development, and diversity of human beings and their societies. You have a society, you have a culture. It has various subfields, including cultural anthropology, which examines the beliefs, traditions, and customs and practices and social structures, in this case of the Bantu people, who all share the Y DNA E1B1A haplogroup. Also, archaeology, it investigates past ancient human societies and cultures through material remains, like stuff they left behind, bones, and with the bones, you're going to have tools, you have animals, but most importantly, you can carbon date bones, things that are biological living tissue. You cannot carbon date rocks. You cannot carbon date clay, cuneiform tablets. You cannot carbon date limestone with Hebrew or ancient hieroglyphics or anything inscribed on the rock. Yes, we have to understand this. Although the pyramids are so large and the pyramids have the hieroglyphics inscribed on the wall, and in the pyramids you have the mummies, the skeletons, they have skin, they have eyelids, they have fingernails, they have hair. You can actually test the pharaohs inside of these pyramids and see how old they are. Yes. And this is how we tell how old the pyramids are, and the people that were the kings and the pharaohs of the different dynasties. We don't have to say, well, Ron Dalton, we can't carbon date the rocks of the pyramids, but you can carbon date the skeletons and the tombs and the sarcophagus of these ancient pharaohs and their queens. So anthropological proof is what we're going to talk about today, in addition to archaeogenetics. So you guys say, where's the proof? It's right here. Archaeogenetics is the study of ancient DNA. It's stuff that I kind of deal with, from archaeological remains to understand the past, meaning the past of the Israelites and the Canaanites. Combining the analysis of autosomal DNA, maternal DNA, nuclear DNA, aka Y DNA, it uses molecular genetic techniques to reconstruct the genomes of ancient humans, plants, and animals to reveal information about evolution, population migration. It's the biblical exodus, the migration of the Israelites from where? Egypt to sub-Saharan Africa, not the Middle East, not Sinai Peninsula, not Saudi Arabia. That is a fail. That is a major fail, and we don't have evidence to prove that. Not more evidence of what I'm going to bring out today. Hence the reason why a lot of these Israelites, they are quiet as a mouse, and they run from debating when Ron Dalton says, let's debate. And say, oh no, we can't do that. Got to protect our channel, protect our followers, our subscribers, keep them sheltered and enclosed so they don't look outside this class that we teach them. These are the qualities of a cult. A cult does this, like I said. A cult keeps your members from learning anything on the outside. Only allow them to get everything that you regurgitate and teach to them. Don't encourage them to look outside and do their own studying, ask questions, see if what you're saying is really right or not. You know, somebody else tells you should check this out. They're going to say, no, my leader said we can't look at that. My leader said Ron Dalton's not with our camp, then he's not teaching any truth. So don't even bother looking at Hebrews to Negroes, movies, or books. Don't even bother going to h2ntv.com, because my leader says we can't do that. My leader says stay away from these other Israelites and their false doctrines. Well, how can you tell if it's false if you can't even get an opportunity to check it out and use your own brain and your own reasoning skills and critical thinking and logic, if you have it, to say my leader is wrong. And Ryan is debunking everything he's teaching us. But your leader doesn't want you to even get to that point. So he tells you, we have the truth, nobody else. We teach, we don't debate, don't look elsewhere. Shut your mouth, just listen. Extraction is where scientists extract DNA fragments from ancient specimens like bones and teeth and the inner petrous bony part of the ear that's protected amongst the elements. Skin, eggshells, and preserved plant seeds, biological specimens. Reconstruction uses molecular biology and computing power to allow researchers to reconstruct entire ancient genomes from these fragments. And they analyze this ancient DNA and compare it to modern DNA. If the ancient DNA of the pharaohs inside the tombs in Egypt does not match up with the modern day Egyptians, the white Arabs, then we have a problem. It means that they are not the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, no matter how much they say they are. And if we can prove that the ancient Egyptians, their DNA on the father side and the mother side can be seen in the African Great Lakes, it can be seen in the Bantu people, it could be seen in Ethiopians, it could be seen in Somalians, then that means that if they have the evidence of the DNA from ancient times that matches up with modern DNA populations in sub-Saharan Africa, not the white Arabs in Egypt, now it means that the true descendants of the people that bear the DNA of the ancient Egyptians, they're in sub-Saharan Africa, not in Egypt today. Same thing can be used when looking at the DNA of ancient Israel. Bones, Neolithic, Mesolithic, Paleolithic, Bronze Age, Copper Age, Iron Age, pre-pottery, Neolithic B and C, all these things. Divine Prospect knows the stuff I'm talking about. Anyway, sub-Saharan Africa is Canaan's land. It is Canaan's land. Why are we still confused on this matter? The wilderness of the Exodus or Canaan does not mean a desert. Exodus 14 verse 3 says, Pharaoh will say of the sons of Israel when they left his land, he said, they are wandering aimlessly in the land. The wilderness has shut them in. How can the wilderness shut them in if the wilderness is a vast desert with just endless sand dunes or endless sand for the eyes can see? How can anything shut you in like that unless you're in a land that has a lot of forests and trees, and you go inside this forested area and you lose track of your bearings of north, west, east, and south because you're in this forest and you get lost and you get shut in. You go into the Congo, people go into the Congo without a guide, without a compass, without a way to have a satellite phone or extraction, tools like a helicopter or a motorcycle. You can get lost in there and be shut in and then die. Unless somebody tells you this is how to get out of the forest. So the Hebrew Strong's word midbar in the Bible does not mean a barren desert, unable to be cultivated, devoid of life. A lot of the Israelites believe this for some reason. They don't do their research. It stems from the ancient Assyrian word deparu, which means uncultivated grassland, pasture land, and it means to be sated or to be satisfied. When you eat a lot of grass as a cow, you're sated, you're satisfied. If you go to the Golden Corral and you just eat everything you can eat and get second and thirds, you're going to leave out of there satisfied. You were sated. So when looking at livestock in a wilderness with grassland, or it's uncultivated, or it's devoid of humans, and the animals are just there just eating to their heart's content, it is an uncultivated grassland. Africa is. Yes. It also stems from the old Babylonian word Dapur, which means to be satisfied, sated, animals eating off fat pasture, grassland, wilderness. The Ethiopian Semitic language Ge'ez or Giz, the word dabra, similar to midbar or dabar, means a cultivated field. Yeah, you guys must say, oh, it means the word. It means the word, but it can also mean a cultivated field. In the Ethiopian Shemitic language of Ge'ez, the Ethiopian Jews, when they say the word dabra, similar to the Hebrew word dabar or midbar, it means a cultivated field. Hebrew Strong's word dober, the consonants is dalet, beit, rish. It's Hebrew Strong's 1699, in case you believe that I'm making this up. It means pasture, not a desert. So all these Hebrews that say, well, it means a desert. Well, look at the root word and the other words that have the same consonants. Dalet, beit, resh, dober, dobar. It's all telling the story of what the Israelites knew meant a pasture, not a desert. The Aramaic Syriac word dabra means a field, not the sand dunes and deserts of Saudi Arabia. The Ugaritic, even using a wedged cuneiform DBR, means steppe or flat land or grassland. The word dober from the root sister word dubar in Hebrew evokes the picture of a lush grazing ground where flocks feed undisturbed. In the agrarian world of ancient Israel, such pasture land symbolized safety, sustenance, and divine provision from God. It means a fat, rich pasture. The land of Canaan was a fat, rich pasture land. This is not Israel. This is sub-Saharan Africa. Isaiah even said, then lambs will graze as in their own pasture. Micah 2:12, I will surely assemble all of you, O Jacob, like a flock in the midst of their pasture. Ezekiel 34:13-14, and I will bring them out from the people and gather them from the countries, and I will bring them to their own land, meaning the land of Canaan or Israel, the real Israel in Africa, and feed them upon the mountains of Israel by the rivers. Listen to that. Upon the mountains of Israel by the rivers, and in all the inhabited places of the country. I will feed these Israelites that I have brought back from the various nations like America. I will feed the Israelites in a good pasture and upon the high mountains of Israel, not just regular mountains, high mountains shall their fold be. There shall they lie in a good fold, good, and in a fat pasture shall they feed upon the mountains of Israel. So the key words here are adjectives: good, high, fat. They didn't leave that out for a reason, because fat pasture is not in Dimona, Israel, in the south, in the desert. It's not there, guys. The African Hebrew Israelites of Dimona, they know in their reality, when they look outside and they just get a drone and just let the drone go way up in the air, they're going to see that the place where they're at is a desert land. It doesn't look like this. No, this cow is up to its back in grass. I don't know how it got away from the rest of the group of cows, but it did. And look at all that grass. He's going to have a heart attack eating all that grass. Look at all that grass. It's like either it's laying down or standing up. But either way it goes, it's blanketed. The mountains and the hills in Africa are blanketed with grass. If you're an animal, you will be like, I ain't worried about nothing. I mean, I'm eating every day when I wake up and I go to bed. We don't deal with that as human beings. We go to the grocery store if we have money. No fat pasture on the mountains of Judea, the land of Judah, Jerusalem, the Judean hills, the Judean mountains. This is it. No fat pasture. Is it ever going to be like this? The Israelites hope so that they can be right and say, see, Ron, we told you. All of a sudden, magically, this is all changed. But how can these mountains and valleys and these lands, how can it grow anything? There's no rain. There's no rain. You got to have grass seedlings in the ground for these things to start to sprout when there is rain. So the adjectives good, high, rich, this is in the Bible. The Hebrew word tub is in that scripture. It means good, pleasant, beautiful, well-favored, sweet. Yeah, it's all good stuff. The word shaman in that scripture, Ezekiel 34:14, it means fat, rich, fertile, plenteous. Good gracious. Fat, rich pasture, fertile, not a desert, fertile. Dober, like I said earlier, Hebrew Strong's 1699 means pasture. Pasture. Oh boy, it's all there. The Hebrew word mirah means feeding place, pasture. It says this in Ezekiel 34:14, where animals feed. And when the animals feed, we're going to eat the animals. Okay, genetic linguistics. Get to the Canaanites. The Canaanites have the original root Y-DNA BM60s, the ancient DNA haplogroup. Predates the time that Abraham lived. So before Abraham lived, the Canaanites in Africa, the African pygmies, the Batwa, the Bambuti, the Efe, the Khoisan, Bushmen in Namibia and South Africa, they had BM60. When the Israelites started to mix with the Canaanites on various levels, then you had mutations that gave two branches. One was the Bantu expansion genetic signature of them mixing with the Canaanites in sub-Saharan Africa, going to Egypt with Joseph, then leaving back to the land of Canaan, and then staying in the land of Canaan for over 1,000 years plus, even to this day. And so you have B2A, seen in a lot of Bantu people that have a lot of history of mixing with the African pygmies. And you have the Y-DNA B2B, which is another mutation that continues with the African pygmies that remain mostly intermarrying and mixing amongst themselves. This was a Bantu Israelite man and pygmy children in the forest and villages of the DRC, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. They're all black. They're all somewhat Negroid. But the Bible tells us, don't let nobody tell you that the Canaanites don't exist. They're in underground tunnels in Israel. They're white. They're the proto-humans that lived when you had the Garden of Eden. No, this is nonsense. Judges chapter 1, verse 28 says that the Israelites, when they were strong, that they put the Canaanites to tribute, and they did not utterly drive them out. Judges 1:30 mentions that the tribe of Zebulun failed to drive out the inhabitants of Kitron and Nahalo. And as a result, the Canaanites lived among them and became their tributaries and were subject to forced labor, meaning slavery or servitude. Joshua 16:10 describes how the tribes of Ephraim did not drive out the Canaanites living in Gezer, and these Canaanites were brought into subjection, and they had to pay tribute. 1 Kings 9:21, it says later during the time of Solomon, it is mentioned that those descendants of the Canaanites who remained in the land were used for forced labor on building his projects. I just gave you 4 scriptures. 4. The Bantu people forced the smaller African pygmies into servitude when they migrated from Egypt and Sudan into modern-day Ethiopia, into the African Great Lakes, Central Africa, like Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, Angola. Yes, they did this. This was reality. To the point that the Khoisan and Pygmies, they have groups. They say, we need to talk about the Bantu menace. They call them the Bantu colonists, because the Bantu people came on the instructions from God to possess the land of the Canaanites, these guys, and to dispossess them out of their land. So when God told the Israelites to leave Egypt and go to a good land, a large land, a land flowing with milk and honey, a land that you will lack nothing, a land rich and abundant in mountains, hills, rivers, lakes, streams, waterfalls, copper, tin, silver, gold, iron. When the Bantu people came in high numbers, 600,000, 1 million people, they came down, and these pygmies in Khoisan said, hey, this is our land. It's our land, guys. They saw the Bantu people as colonists, and they colonized their land. They pushed the pygmy and the Khoisan communities to the brink of extinction. Over 2,000 years, they are asking for reparations from the Bantu Israelites. This is real. In the ancient books, it says that the Efe pygmies and the Mbuti pygmies, they had to have a relationship between the Bantu people, and they had to adopt the Negro or the Bantu customs, as well as the language, as part and evidence of their subordination to the Bantu Negro Israelites. One of the most striking instances of this submission is the acculturation of the initiation of circumcision of the Pygmy boys according to the customs of the local Negro Israelite Bantu tribes. So the Bantu tribes circumcised their boys, and they had to circumcise the Pygmy boys that were in the land. Just like Abraham was told to circumcise the male boys in the land, and he was in the land of Canaan. It was one of the covenants that was given to Abraham, was to circumcise. And the Pygmies in the Congo, no matter if they were Pygmy or Bantu, when you became of age between 9 and 12 years old, you had to be circumcised by an Israelite man. They call it a Negro operator, with the same knife. During the same period of schooling, where they stay on the mountain for a couple months, no difference between the Israelite and the Canaanite. They had to learn this, and they had to get circumcised. This is Bible. The Y DNA of the so-called black man in America, the Negroes, Caribbean blacks, Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Bahamians, Antiguans, Grenadians, Afro-Cubans, Afro-Dominicans, Afro-Cubans. These Y DNA haplogroup and their subgroups DNA are not found in Israel, nowhere. So I did a webinar on it, and it's on H2N TV. People say, well, the E1B when they have a haplogroup, Ron, is in Israel. We know it. Chat GPT told us, but then go look it up. Go find the genetic articles that states that E1B1A, specifically E1B1A7, E1B1A8, is seen in modern day Israel and ancient Israel DNA studies. It's not there. It's not there. That means that we were never there. Ancient DNA studies in sub-Saharan Africa prove that we left Egypt and went south. The Israelites today still teach the status quo because they just love what the master has taught them. The Bible says a lion from the forest will strike them down. A wolf from the desert or the field, they like to confuse you with these English words, will ravage them. A leopard will lie in wait near their cities, and everyone who ventures out will be torn to pieces. This is the book of Jeremiah. Are lions in Africa? Yes. Are wolves in Africa? Yes. Are leopards in Africa? Yes. Can we say the same about Israel? No. Lions in the forest, dwelling in the trees. How often do you see lions hanging out in trees like they're leopards? Do we even know that lions can climb trees? Well, in the Congo rainforest and in Uganda and Gabon, lions like to hang out in trees in the forest. We know that this is a forest because there's trees there. Israel is a deforested land. Only 1% of Israel has trees. Not the case in Africa. This is reality. Lions striving through the forest. You know, this is the thing you got to think about. The lion, Jeremiah said lions in the forest. When will you see lions walking around in any forest in Israel? It does not exist. It does not happening. Israel is a coastal land. It's a coastal land. The majority of Israel's border sits on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. This is a fact. Another thing we can pay attention to, the threshing floor. The threshing floor was for sorghum, millet, wheat, barley, all indigenous to Africa, not Israel. The threshing floor was not for corn stalks. Joel chapter 2:24 says the threshing floor shall be full of grain. Sorghum and millet is not indigenous to ancient Israel. Hello. Sorghum, the word for sorghum in Hebrew is dagan. It's also seen in ancient Egypt, in the Nabta Playa 8,000 years ago. Jacob sent his sons to Egypt when Joseph was in command to get sorghum because there was a time where the area where they were at, they had a drought that season and a famine. So they need to get sorghum. Sorghum, millet, wheat, barley are all native to Africa and are still grown in Africa. There is a Hebrew word for barley. It is siora. The Hebrew word for wheat is chita. The Hebrew word for millet is dokan. The Hebrew word for sorghum is dagam. The Hebrew players say, oh, it's maize, it's corn. No, it's not. Israelites try hard to make America and Israel fit the land of Canaan. The threshing floor was made to literally separate the grain from the chaff. The literal process involves beating. The grain is loosened from the stalks and husk. either by beating the sheaves manually with sticks or flails, using the animals or tools to also beat the grain. And then a winnowing fork to throw the mixture into the wind, which blows away the light chaff, leaving the grain behind. So even in Africa, they do this. Imagine getting corn and trying to hit it here and seeing if the corn kernels fall off easily. It's hard enough just to cut a corn on the cob in half to make 2 to 4 pieces. It's hard. You got to have a strong wrist and a good knife. The African pygmies in the Congo and other areas of Africa, they have a specific maternal DNA marker called the 9BP deletion. What is that, Ron Dalton? It is a mutation that occurs when one of the 2 copies of a 9BP direct repeat sequence occurs, but is lost in the region V of the maternal DNA. It is found in nearly all of the haplogroup B. Like you look at haplogroup B in terms of Y DNA and maternal DNA, you see it stems from an African origin that migrated to the east. Okay, it's seen in sub-Saharan Africa amongst the Pygmies and Bantu Africans. But it's also seen in Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia. Look at the percentages, the frequency of the deletion, and the sample size. In Polynesia, the Tongans and the Niueans and the Cook Islanders and the Samoans and the Tahiti, the Maoris, Vanuatu, Fijians, Papua New Guinea. It's all there. They have the same maternal DNA 9BP deletion that the Pygmies had and the Bantu Israelites. The Pacific Islanders say that they left Central Africa, Lake Tanganyika, borders of the Tanzania DRC border. They came and landed in the Pacific Islands. They say that they had a replica of the Ark of the Covenant. They buried it in a different location. They take their shoes off when going into the temple, which they have fashioned after the holiest of holies. Yes, they do all this. They even have 12 tribes of Malaita. Okay, let's just keep going. They're black, and they have the Polynesian Asian motive, which is the maternal DNA B4A1, I believe, is also seen in the little black people of the Philippines. But let's look at reality. The Bible says in Ezekiel 38 that in the latter days, in the future, that the land of Canaan will be visited by other Gentile nations: Gomer, Magog, Meshach, Tubal, Togarmah, Persia, Cush, and Put also with them. Yah has allowed us to see who is coming to pay the true land of Canaan a visit. Because it says that in the prophecy is that they're coming with many people. This means massive immigration happening to the land of Canaan from Gentile nations. In addition to that, Ezekiel 38 says in your Bible that they're going to come to plunder and spoil the land of Canaan. They're going to take the land. They're going to take by force or coercion, craftiness. They're going to come to take the raw materials, silver and gold and coltan, cobalt, uranium, iridium, copper, tin, iron. They're going to come and take all of this. It says this in the Bible. Who's doing that right now in sub-Saharan Africa? The Chinese, the Jews, the Russians, the East Indians. They're saying they're coming to help, We're coming with aid, political, military support. But in the end, who's winning? Who's losing? The predator wins. He gets a meal or he gets a trophy. And the prey, they lose their life. When you are a predator, you win. Like Street Fighter, you win. And the bounty people are the prey of all these nations. They are the prey, the people living in poverty, oppressed, tired of colonialism, and these Gentiles just living their best life off of their land while they're struggling to eat, to pay for education, to have the basics that everyone else has, utilities, internet, data, lights, water. The Bible says that these nations are going to prey upon the land and the people. It says this in Ezekiel 38. Those that are the prey, you lose. It's like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, you lose. Game over. So all these other nations are coming. Yah is allowing us to see that the Americans are coming. The Saudis are coming. The UAE is coming. The United Kingdom is coming. France is coming. Germany is coming. All under disguise. Carbon tax credits, the environment, medical aid, U.S. aid packages. This is an orchestrated immigration refugee movement happening into sub-Saharan Africa. The Bible tells us this in Ezekiel 38. It's just that the Israelites don't pay attention. They just like to keep teaching the status quo. Subscribe, hit the like button, super chat me, please, donate. You know, this is what they do. Why has Yah allowed us to see these other nations coming? The Russians, I will not stop protecting Africa. I will forge agreements and memorandums of understanding with the presidents of Sudan, the true Cushites. I will forge relationships and military ties and aid and help Ibrahim Traore. And guess who's coming with me? The Chinese, North Korea. We all stand with Traore, Mali, Niger. Well, in these lands, there is a vast number of people that are the descendants of Cush and Put, genetically. Just like Ezekiel 38 says. Are the Russians and the Chinese and the Europeans and the Americans and the white Arabs and the white Jews and the East Indians, are they the descendants of Javan, the Greeks, or Kittim, the Romans? No. Are today's white Arabs in Iran the descendants of Persia when they really come from Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan? They're the Turks. They're Turkic people. Turkic. They spoke the Turkic dialect. And when they got tired of their land in the Sea of the Khazars in that Central Asian area, they left and they migrated into Iran. They came down. They went south into Persia or Iran, and they took over the Ottoman Turks, and they converted to the religion that they liked, that they chose, Islam, and they learned the language, Arabic. Oh boy. The Bible tells us the Persians, the Cushites, and Puttites are also with these other nations. Gomer, the Chinese, Magog, the Magogians, the Europeans, Germanic barbarians, America, Meshach and Tubal, Russia, Togarmah, the white Arabs and the white Jews, all going to be together with them, ready to take. These are your Puttites, these are your Cushites. These are the descendants of the real Persians, the North Aryan, from where we get the word Iran, Indians. Yes, it's all on h2ntv.com. I break it all down. The movie Hebrews to Negroes, Volume 3, Gog and Magog's army versus the Israelites. It's there on h2ntv.com. Stream it today. You find out who the real Persians are. It's the North Aryan Indians and Pakistani, and they control the government, like Mahatma Gandhi, Prime Minister Modi from Gujarati, Northwest India. Yes, they're dominating. They're taking over Africa. They're all doing all their summits with the word Africa in it because they know, forget their land. We want a piece of Africa. Yeah, this is all happening. Gomer and all his bands, the House of Togamov, Chinese is dominating all over Africa. 3 million Chinese people in Zimbabwe. It's 2 times the size of Soweto. That's like 3 times. That's more than 3. That's 4 times the size of Detroit right now. 4 times the population of Black Detroit is the number of Chinese currently in Zimbabwe. What are they doing there? Why are the Chinese in South Africa? Why are they in Botswana? Why are they in Angola? Why are they in the Congo? Why are they in Tanzania? Why are they in Kenya? Why are they in Ghana? Why are they in Nigeria? They're everywhere. They're doing exactly like the Bible says. They're not going to Israel. No, they don't want nothing in Israel because Israel has nothing. Saudi Arabia prince financing $25 billion and an additional $5 billion added on to that. $30 billion going to Africa until 2030. What are they up to? $30 billion going to Africa? They want land, food, energy, money, gold, silver. The UAE buys 1/5 of Zimbabwe's land. That's 20%. 20% of Zimbabwe's land, they just sold it to the UAE. What kind of deal was this? This is a trickery. This is coercion. The royal family, the Ottoman Oghuz Turks, they come from Turkmenistan, from where the people in Turkey come from, in Azerbaijan. This is facts. These guys are from Central Asia. The Khazars, the Oghuz, yeah, they're not the real Persians, but the Israelites teach this. You would think that we would study better, but we don't study no more. Let's keep going with the Canaanites. So in Ethiopia, there are hunter-gatherers, Pygmoid tribes that go by the name Shabu. They have the Y DNA B2B, just like the African pygmies. They've been there for a long time, thousands of years. They are the indigenous people of that land that we call Ethiopia, that's east of the land of Cush. They have been killed and hunted down by settlers that are invading their land. They're down to only 1,500 people. They are the last of Ethiopia's hunter-gatherers, like the African pygmies. They live in the forest of Ethiopia. These were your Israelites ran into when they crossed the Nile River. The Madran people also live in southwest Ethiopia, and all these other tribes. Okay? They all admit before they arrive in the land, at least the Bantu people, they all admit that when they arrive in the land known as Ethiopia today, that there were hunter-gatherer little Black people that lived in the forested, mountain, hilly areas of Ethiopia. The Shabu, they hunt and they collect honey. As part of their identity. They sell honey because guess what? It's the land of milk and honey. It's the land of milk and honey. And the Hadza Sandaway people of Tanzania and the Dahalo of Kenya, who are remnants of the Khoisan, and the Sabue people live not too far from each other in this Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia area. And they have a closer genetic relationship because they have a wide DNA B2B. These are your Canaanites that are still in Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia. They go by various names. They're not well known, but they're there. They're there. You see, Kenya is below Ethiopia, right next to Somalia. You see the Dahalo. The Dahalo are remnants of the Khoisan people, not in South Africa. They're in Kenya, but you didn't know that. The Lebanese people have all these wide DNA haplogroups. Look at all these paternal haplogroups that they have. It's not just one like E1B1A, like what Bantu people have, or B, like what the African pygmies have. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They got 10 different paternal lineages. But a lot of times the Jews and the Arabs, they like to connect themselves and trick us to saying that they are the Canaanites and that they extracted the DNA from a 4,000-year-old human bone remains in Lebanon. And they say, oh, the DNA extracted from this ancient skeleton is connected to us. Therefore, we are the ancient Canaanites. They don't give you the maternal DNA haplogroup. If they do, it's not found anywhere in sub-Saharan Bantu Negroes. So Canaan was one of the sons of Ham, and Africa is the land of Ham, and Kemet means the land of the blacks, ancient Egypt. Then how come the Lebanese people don't look black and they don't have any African maternal DNA like L0, L1, L2, L3, L4, L5? This is a fact, and we have to ask ourselves these questions. They are not the descendants of the ancient Canaanites, known by the Greeks as Phoenicians. They are not the brothers of the ancient Egyptians, the Cushites, and the Puttites. We have to use critical thinking. They are not the brothers and sisters of the daughters of Cush, because in all actuality, Canaan is the brother of Cush, but we don't see the same phenotype in the skin, in the melanin. We don't see that. So they cannot be related to the sons of Ham. We have been tricked to believe this, and the Israelites keep teaching this. Even when you look at the ancient DNA studies in Israel, like the pre-pottery Neolithic B and the Israel Natufian time era, you're not going to see E1B1A specifically. You're going to see E1B1B. You're going to see CT. You're going to see H2. You're going to see CT and J1. You're not going to see the Y DNA A, the Y DNA BT or B or E1B1A, even E2B. You're not going to see it there. Well, we know that the Israelites, they lived amongst and mixed with the ancient Israelites, the ancient Cushites, the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Canaanites. So let's keep going. BT is older than the CT. We know that in 2276 BC, Pharaoh Pepi, we discussed that before, that he went up the Nile to Central Africa, and he ran into a little black person, which he called a pygmy. The Greeks used the word pygmy as little black people. It's a derogatory term, or people that were like dwarfish. And it says that in the 5th century BC that Herodotus wrote of a Persian explorer who said that he saw small dwarfish black people along the West African coast. So even in West Africa, they have pygmies. And these pygmies had DNA haplogroups that are not indigenous to Israel. They are indigenous to Africa because they are the true Canaanites. They have the ancient DNA of people that are black that existed and lived in the southern part of Africa prior to Abraham being even born. Who are they? They're not the Egyptians. They're not the Israelites. They're not the Cushites. They're not the Puttites. The Israelites, whether you're Congolese, Nigerian, or RC, we're going to have the E1B1A haplogroup and other bound to expansion marker haplogroups such as B2A and E2B1A. Here we go. We're about to get into some heavy stuff right now. Okay, so Patricia Smith is a emeritus professor in the Institute of Dental Sciences and the Institute of Neurobiology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. She focuses on biological anthropology, Near Eastern Levantine archaeology. There's two words for you that you guys say, oh, well, he doesn't bring up any proof, anthropological, archaeological proof. Dental evolution, growth, and development of populations in Levant. So she studies bones and teeth and how people are developed in ancient Israel. The FA Pygmies are one of the shortest people in the world. They live in the DRC. The average man is 142 centimeters or 4'8", and the average woman is 137 centimeters. Now, understand this. The majority of Black people in sub-Saharan Africa and in the Americas and in the Caribbean, they have the Y DNA E1B1A, the Israelites. They have the maternal DNA of these women, of the Pygmy tribes. We have, as Israelites, the maternal DNA of their women, meaning that the Pygmy women birth our sons and daughters. The Canaanite Pygmy women were impregnated by Bantu Israelites. And these Pygmy women, after 9 months, they went into labor and they birthed Israelite boys and girls. Yes, this is the reason why we have their maternal DNA, L0A, L1, L1C, L1B, L2A, L2A1, L5, L4. We have it. They have it. Look at their height. Their average height of these Canaanite Pygmy men is 142 centimeters. Just remember that number, 137 and 142. Okay, so according to this lady's studies, she studied the stature of skeletons in the pre-pottery Neolithic B samples that were similar to that of the Natufians. And she says that these specimens appear to have been more robust than even the largest Natufians. At Jericho, Kurth and Roher Ertl report on the male stature of the pre-pottery Neolithic A men as 167 centimeters, and the pre-pottery Neolithic B as 171 centimeters. The male statue in the terminal phase of the pre-pottery Neolithic B at Ain Gazelle was reported at 170 centimeters. Wait a minute. These skeletons were way taller than the African pygmy. These were 167 centimeters tall, 171 centimeters tall. But the pygmies are 137 to 149 centimeters tall. So these skeletons in ancient Israel, pre-pottery Neolithic B and A, and in the Tufian Age and the Iron Age, dating back to the time of the Israelites, these guys were way taller than the African pygmies. So the African pygmies weren't there. That means that this is not the land of Canaan. Patricia Smith noticed that the average statue height of the skeletons found in ancient Israel didn't change from the pre-pottery Neolithic A period to the pre-pottery Neolithic B period to the pre-pottery Neolithic C period to the Natufian period to the Chalcolithic Copper period to the Bronze era and the Iron Age era. They all remain the average height. This is 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC, 400 BC. These were BC times. Now, the Canaanites lived in Canaan hundreds of years, thousands of years before Abraham lived, but none of the African pygmies' DNA is seen in ancient Israel. Neither is the Y DNA E1B1A or the maternal DNA that we carry as Negro Israelites, L0A, L1, L1C, L1B, L2, L2A, L5, that they carry the pygmies and we carry. It's not found in Israel. Let's look at the nasal breath. The nasal breath is the width of the nose. The width of the nose. If you want to know what that means, look at an African American's nose, and from one nostril to the other, that is the width. We have, on average, wider noses than the other nations. The nasal breath measurements are always larger in Negroes and Hamites than in Europeans that are the seed of Japhet. Can anyone debunk this? No, they can't. Can any Israelite debunk this? No, they can't. This is facts. The African pygmy in Cameroon, he is a Canaanite. He has a wide nose, just as we have wide noses in Africa and in America as American Negroes. Another Hamitic tribe of the lineage of Cush in Ethiopia, the Hamar tribe, look at his nose. His nose is not thin and skinny. He has a wide nose. We can measure it. Somalians' nose are a little bit less wide, but still look at the fact that we can test the width of his nose. He is the descendant of the ancient Egyptians and the Ishmaelites, the Arabs. Yeah. The nasal width, you measure it in millimeters. You have different skulls, the long, narrow nose, the nasal aperture of the Caucasian. You have the rounded nasal aperture of the Asian. You have the wide nasal aperture or opening of the Negro. In the studies of the skulls in ancient Israel, going back to the Mousterian time era, the Natufian time era, the Neolithic, Copper Age, Middle Bronze Age, Iron Age, Hellenistic, Roman Age, the Ottoman Age. We're going back thousands of years. Look at what the average nasal breath measurement, the median of these skulls in ancient Israel. We're going back thousands of years, even to today. 29, 24, 25, 25, 22, 23. You're seeing 25, 25, 23, 22. Now let's look at these. Remember this number. These are the skulls and the nasal width or the nasal breadth measurements of the nose, how wide the nose is. In all of these skulls they found in ancient Israel of different time eras. Let's compare it to the so-called Negro and his nose. The average external nasal breath in adult sub-Saharan Africans that have the E1B1A haplogroup E1B1A typically ranges between approximately 40 millimeters to 47 millimeters. 40 to 47. Let's go back. What is the nasal breath width of the ancient skulls of Israel? In the 20s. It's in the freaking 20s. In the 20s. But the average nasal width or breadth of Black people, Negroes, Black Americans, Bantu people is 40 to 47. Kenyans average 43. Nigerians 45 to 47. A lot of us come from Nigeria, the Igbos. Yes. Whew. Anthropometric studies mention that indigenous Africans typically have a wide nose, platurine, or broad nose shape. You know the word platy, like platypus? The platypus is that animal that looks like it's like a beaver or a duck, and it has like a bill like a duck. It's wide, it's a wide bill. The word platy is wide. Rhine is nose. So platyrine means nose. Africans or Black people have, on average, a wide nose with a nasal index generally above 85. Nigerians have a mean nasal index around 88 to 90. The same characteristics is seen also amongst the African pygmies in Africa, who are the Canaanites. This is the reason why we have wide noses. We also mix with other indigenous African tribes of Ham, such as the Canaanites, the Cushites, and the Egyptians. We spent more time in the land of Canaan than we did in Egypt. This is a fact. So if the maximum nasal index figure is seen in the skulls in ancient Israel is 48 to 56 millimeters compared to the skulls of sub-Saharan West Africans and Central Africans, which is greater than 80 millimeters. Even some had 95 nasal index in millimeters. That means that the skulls found in ancient Israel were not Black people. They were not Negroes. They were not Nigerians. They were not Ghanaians, Togolese, Benin, Sierra Leone, Liberians, Gambians, Senegalese, Congolese, Cameroonian, Gabonese, Gabon, Angola. All the places where African Americans were taken as slaves to get to the Americas, for God's sakes. So if the skulls of our ancestors and the people that have our same DNA in Africa, including us, if our noses are greater than 80 millimeters in terms of the nasal index, our skulls, and the skulls found in ancient Israel are 48 to 56, it means that these are two different people. It's not us. We weren't there. These are other people. I'm going to show you who was in ancient Israel. This was a Black female, Black male, East Asian female, or European female. Sorry. No, it's East Asian. Sorry, East Asian, and then you have Latino and I forgot the other one. I think Chinese. But anyway, this is what the noses look like. Obviously, we look at the black female 1 and 2 and black male 1 and 2. You see how wide the nose is, the nasal width. That's where you get the NW, nasal width. Okay. The Annals of Bioanthropology. This is in Nigeria. This is an actual study. They found out that Nigerians had wide noses. We already know this already. The nasal breadth of Igbo Nigerians is in the 40s. The nasal index of Nigerians are 89 to 100 millimeters. We already looked at the fact that the nasal breadth of ancient Israeli skulls was in the 20s. The nasal index of ancient Israeli skulls, where the nose is at, was in the 40s, 40 millimeters. The nasal index of Nigerian Igbos, our ancestors, our kinfolk, 89 to 100, double the size. Look at this, 89 to 100. Let me keep going. I got a lot more to cover. I got to keep moving. The Igbos are in southeast Nigeria. A lot of slaves were taken from there. We know this. We know Black people today have wide noses. We have sometimes wide bridges. We have full lips. We have prognathous jaws. Even the Hamites. Hamites have wide noses. These are your Cushites. Cush in Sudan. One of the sons of Ham, Cush. You guys, this is facts. This is facts. The African pygmies in Africa. We've seen Black people in our family with a nose like this. And no, I have. So look at how wide his nose is. This is a trait that we picked up from who? The real Canaanites, because we've stayed in the land of Canaan for over 1,000 years. After we left Egypt, we were already in Canaan with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Then we left Canaan, mixing with the Canaanites, and went to Egypt, mixed with the Egyptians for a while, came back to Canaan in the book of Judges. And when the Bible, Old Testament, ends in the book of Ezra, that's like 1,000 years almost. And look how long we've mixed with these Canaanites. This is the reason why we're still Black and we have wide noses. But they are the shortest humans in the world. Why are many Africans short in Central Africa, West Africa, South Africa? It's rare to find people that is 6'4" or 6'5" in Central Africa or in Ghana. We know this. Why? Because we were mixing with people that were short. These were the mothers of our children. And thus we were mixing with Egyptians and Cushites and got some of their height, like the Tutsis did. So when you look at the studies called the relationship of cephalic to cranial measurements in an unmixed. These were not mixed biracial Negroes. These were unmixed Negroes, full Negroes. The median nasal breadth was 42 millimeters. Remember, the skulls of ancient Israel throughout all the time eras was in the 20s. Their nasal breadth was in the 20s in terms of millimeters. The American Negroes' skulls were on average 42 millimeters. That means that we were never in Israel during those time periods. We have to accept this. This is reality. This is facts. This is the skull that they found in Israel, a Natufian skull. The Natufian skull, look at his nose, where the nose used to be. Look at it. Look at the nose of a Negro. Notice how the nose of a Negro is more wide than the narrow nose of the Natufian skeleton. This is reality. I'm not going to waste time on this, but let's keep going. These are the skulls. Notice the skull that is Negro, that has the prognatism of the jaw, meaning that the jaw protrudes. The jaw protrudes outwards, so that the jaw and the teeth are past the nasal ridge. Look at that. Look at the skulls in Israel, Middle Bronze, Judea, Hellenistic, Engedi, Judea, Iron Age, Achilles, Northern Israel, the Arab skull, Northern Israel. Look at this. No prognatism. Natufian, El Wad, Northern Israel. No prognatism. Copper Age, pre-Abraham, Beersheba, South Israel. Why do not they have prognatism if they're the Canaanites? If the African pygmies have prognatism. Look at the Jebel Kakir, Bronze Age, Torah, Abraham era, Hebron. No prognatism. Should we believe the Greeks and Romans and the Edomites history telling or reality? Are we going to keep looking at what Josephus told us in the book, or are we going to look at reality? The Bible tells us that in the land of sub-Saharan Africa, there were pygmies. Early observation of pygmies. It says here, the early context of Batel, Duchailu, and others with pygmies in West Africa have already been mentioned. So it means that the pygmies were in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa. They were all over in sub-Saharan Africa. These tribes of little people or dwarfs or pygmies living in these areas. And as we know, the ancient Egyptians knew them as the Akka. They knew them as the Akka. Do we have the Akka people in Uganda? The Ba Akka, or the people of Akka? Ba people of Akka, AKKA or AKA. Yes, they were there. The Egyptians acknowledged them 4,000 plus years ago, prior to Abraham even living. And they said that these guys were 4 feet tall. They were midgets. They were small. Okay, let's keep going. We already went through this last time. King Pepi, the first pharaoh of the Egyptian 6th dynasty, he went to Central Africa, got a pygmy. He stole one, and he brought him back to Egypt. Proof is in the pyramid text. This is all reality. The African pygmy Y-DNA BM60 or B2B is found nowhere in ancient Israel DNA studies of the skulls. These guys were not indigenous to ancient Israel, Egypt, Libya, or the land of Kush, Sudan. Look at the Natufian skeleton, skull. Look at the narrowness of the nose. Look at this pygmy, and he has a wide nose. Again, look at the Khoisan. Look at how wide her nose is. Look at the nose of the Natufian skull from Israel. We know, using reality, that this is a no-brainer. Keep going. The Negro skull has prognatism of the jaw. The mandible protrudes front and center away from the nose or the nasal ridge. We don't see this in the skulls found in ancient Israel. The nasal bridge, the nasal aperture is the hole that you see on the skull where the nose used to be. This is biology now. I'm giving you guys biology. I'm not going to go into this. We know Caucasians' noses are narrow. Asians are a little bit wide, but the Africans are widest. And we have the prognatism of the skull, which is not seen in ancient Israel skulls. You see these skulls found in Galilee. These skulls are the skulls of Neanderthals, Homo sapien neanderthalis. These are cave dwellers that dwelt in the caves like the Horites, these cave dwellers. And who had a daughter with the Horites, these cave dwellers? It says Esau did, one of Esau's sons, and they had a child named Amalek. And the Neanderthal man, he lived, that was his homeland for thousands of years. It was Israel, modern day Israel, not the real Israel. And then he decided to break camp and go north. He didn't go south. He went north into Europe. He went east into Asia, spreading his DNA, his light skin complexion, his light eyes. Yeah, but you know, when you look at the DNA of the ancient DNA of Israel, what does it tell you? This is what it says here in this study right here. This is a study of Israel. Ancient DNA from Chalcolithic, this is Copper Age, Israel, reveals the population mixture in cultural transformation. The Copper Age should be the time era where the Canaanites were living in the land. If the land of Israel is the land of Canaan, we know the Canaanites of ancient times had to be black like the Cushites and the Egyptians. They had to be black. It makes sense logically in a real world. So let's look at the skin complexion of the people living in living in ancient Israel, which we will say was the land of Canaan at the time, in the Copper Age, thousands of years ago, BC. Let's look at it. Okay. All right. It says here, we find 3 findings of interest. First, an allele at the OCA2 gene with a proven association to blue eye color in individuals of European descent. Wait a minute. It's telling us that the allele that codes for the eye color blue in Europeans was found in a frequency of 49% of the population in Israel, suggesting that the blue eye phenotype was common in the Levant Copper Age, meaning the time era of the Canaanites. The time era that the Canaanites lived in the Levant or Israel, it says that half of the population that they tested had this gene that coded for the same eye color, blue, that Europeans had. Now, how often do you see black people in America, the Caribbean, or Africa with blue eyes? It's not that common. Secondly, they found that an allele at RS1426654 in the SLC24A5 gene, which is one of the most important determinants of light pigmentation in West Eurasian. All right, what is a West Eurasian? It's a European. A West Eurasian is a European. Give my bag. Upstairs. It's fixed for the derived allele A in the Levant Copper Age population, suggesting that a light-skinned phenotype that is seen in West Eurasians, meaning Caucasians, may have been common in this population in addition to blue eyes. Okay. Genetics and archaeology of ancient Israel. This guy here named Aaron Brody, he wrote a paper, Wayne State University. He wrote a letter that is a call for DNA testing on ancient skeletal materials from the southern Levant to begin a database of genetic information of the inhabitants of this crossroads region. in this region during the Iron One period, traditionally dated to circa 1200 to 1000 BCE, archaeologists and biblical historians view that the earliest presence of a group that called itself Israel, he wanted to know what the results were. He wanted to find out the proof of these things that he was seeing in his studies. What did he find? He found that the maternal and Y DNA haplogroups lined up with Europeans, like EV13, which is the E1B1B branch, a young branch, and GM527, which is common in the ancient Greeks and Romans. So he's letting you know in these studies that Greeks and Romans lived there. Black people didn't live there. The Canaanites didn't live there. This is the reason why their skulls are European. The Canaanites' skulls are not European. But guess what, guys? We had a people called the Illyrians. The Illyrians lived during the time of the ancient Romans and BC times. They're kind of like a mystery because they lived there in Macedonia, modern day Yugoslavia, Serbia, Kosovo. Then the Romans conquered them and made them a vassal state of the Roman Empire. And guess what? Many of the Roman Byzantine kings like Constantine and Justinian, they had descent, meaning they had bloodline descent connections to the Illyrians, not the Romans, even though the Romans claimed ownership of that land that was north of Greece and Rome. The Illyrian tribes were considered by the Romans and the Greeks to be barbarians. They lived in the southern Balkan region. Today, you would call these lands Albania, Montenegro. Some cases, you might say Bulgaria. The Illyrians, they tried to revolt against the Romans, but the Romans, they stayed strong. They held down the fort and they kept them under their submission, even going into AD times. When you see the transition of Herodes Antipater, which Antipater means against the father. So Justinian the Great was noted for undertaking a large-scale political and legislative reform that reconstructed the Roman Empire. Justinian the Great was born in modern-day Kosovo, Albania, Serbia region. Back then it was called the territory of Dardania. These Illyrians were turned Roman citizens from the Roman conquest that they put over them. And Justinian was a descendant of the Illyrians. Justin I was a man that adopted what we would call today Justinian the Great. Other fellow Roman tetrarchs like Constantius Chlorus, the father of the first Christian empire, Constantine of Christianity, they were also of Illyrian background genetically. The Y DNA E1B1B with the sub-branch EV13, which is a very young branch. In many cases, there's an influence of Edomite admixture because so many Edomites, they fancy white people and they intermarry with Romans and Greeks and other barbarian Japhetic nations that lived in Europe. Today, the Albanians and the Kosovo people have the highest percentages of this EV13 E1B1B branch that is seen in Europeans such as Albert Einstein. I don't know if you guys can handle what I'm just saying right here. This is a lot to process, but the Illyrian Dardanian kingdom was conquered by the Romans. 2,000 years later, it's known as Kosovo. Okay. The Ottoman Turks, J2. The Black Arabs, the real Arabs, descendants of Ishmael and Abraham, J1E. Haplogroup G, found in ancient Israel DNA studies, connects back to the ancient sons of Japhet that populated ancient Rome and ancient Greece, Javan, Kittim, and also Asia Minor. The kingdom of Armenia, who are also descendants, they say, of Togarmah, in the Caucasus Mountain regions that have the associate maternal DNA from the mother, H, which is not seen in Bantu Africans, and it's not seen in sub-Saharan Africans that were slaves taken to the Americas. The people saying that the Maccabees are Israelites, they are lying. When you look at the E1B1A, or not the E1B1A, but the E1B1B haplogroup, you see all the way to the left, to the right, the black column, you'll see Bulgaria, Macedonia, northern Greece, central Greece, the Aegean Islands, southern Greece. You'll see Albania, Kosovo, 27.5, 47.5. Southern Italy, 18.5. Sicily, 20.5. Then the Edomites mastermind this switcheroo to make the Levant appear to be the true Jerusalem and the land of Canaan. That they mastermind with the Greeks and the Romans to create their own Jerusalem, their own Israel, their own land of Canaan. And with the control of our Bible, translations and transliterations and authorizations, and taking stuff out, putting stuff in, changing things around, controlling the maps, giving us Josephus and telling us this and telling us that, even to this day, that we're going to believe it. Ha ha ha, guys, you guys were fooled. Us Greeks and Romans and Japhetic nations, including the Edomites that intermarried with us, we tricked you guys. We tricked you tremendously. But in reality, the genetic studies proves otherwise, that we now can understand the truth. You lied to us. The Y DNA haplogroup G is seen in Italy, Greece, Anatolia, which is now Turkey, no longer Constantinople, the capital of the Eastern Byzantine Roman Empire. Now it's Istanbul, Turkey, the land of the Turks. The haplogroup G is seen in the Caucasus region, where the Caucasians come from, Balkans, Armenia, Iran. These are all Japhetic Greco-Roman migration markers not seen in African Americans or Bantu Africans. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty, the closer. So all of these maternal DNA haplogroups that they study in ancient DNA studies of the southern Levant, meaning southern Israel, they explored the maternal DNA haplogroups in the Copper Age from a cave in the Judean desert. Do you think that they're going to find the maternal DNA of Africans, Canaanites in these studies? No, of course not. They didn't find L0, L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. They saw the haplogroups U3A, H, H6. These haplogroups are found in Europe and the Near East, not in Black people. Yeah, this is what they're doing today, guys. These are the things that we have to realize, that they tricked us. But the reason why the Israelites are not bringing this up, and that they don't want to teach this, they don't want to debate on this, they don't want to have a discussion on this, or a panel, or a summit, or a meeting, because they say, don't trust the Gentile science. It's evil, it's of the devil. Well, then why do we go to school? Why do we send our kids to school? Why do we go ourselves to college and graduate school and become doctors? Why do we send our kids to schools? Why do we go to the doctor? Why do we see the dentist? Why do we see the psychiatrist and psychologist? Why do we see the physical therapist and go get meds from the pharmacy? Why even learn math when it's all part of the sciences? This is what they say. They like to pick and choose. You know, oh, we don't trust the science. We don't trust the science. The white man created it. It's of the devil. So then don't go to medical school. Don't go to medical school then. Don't go to physical therapy school. Don't go to nursing school. Don't study biology or chemistry, pharmacology, microbiology, genetics. Don't learn about animals. Don't become a veterinarian. Don't learn about your environment because it's all of the devil. This is just a cop-out and excuse that a lot of Israelites give us. And even the studies prove that this is proof, scientific reality. But we don't want to trust the science. So let's go from DNA. Let's go to something else. Let's go to language. Let's go to language. Linguistics is also part of archaeology or anthropology. Okay, let's skip this part. We don't want to run out of time because we know that the Europeans were white, the children of Japhet. We should know by now that the children of Canaan are black. Okay. All right. So a lot of Israelites today, they'll say, in videos that the children of Gog and Magog, they're in the Pacific Islands. They'll say not all of them, but they're there. They're there. Okay. Well, if they're not talking about all the Pacific Islanders, are they talking about the ones that conquered? The white people that conquered the Pacific Islands, like the British and the Germans? Are they talking about the Asians that conquered the Pacific Islands, like China? But they call the Chinese Moab and Ammon, and they call the white man the Edomites. And we know that the white nations like the British, Great Britain, they conquered the Pacific Islands. They conquered Australia. They conquered many of these lands. So then how can the Israelites today tell us that the Pacific Islanders are the children of Gog and Magog? Oh, not all of them. Well, which ones are not? Because the ones who aren't black, they are either Asian, what they say is Moab and Ammon, or the ones that are white, which is the Edomites. So these Israelites are confused. They don't know nothing. Are these black people in the Pacific Islands who are poor, marginalized, oppressed? They don't have an army, a navy, or an air force. How are they going to come to the land of Africa or even Israel to wage war or even to plunder any land or any resources? This makes no sense, but the Israelites believe this. 99% of the Israelites, they don't study this. They don't teach this. They avoid this. And if you tell them, give me an answer, they give you a ridiculous, illogical answer. It makes no sense. Okay. So we already determined that alleles can contribute to your phenotype, your skin color, your nose, the width of your nose, your jaw, your hair texture. We saw that in the studies of ancient Israel that the skin color, the eye color, the nasal width of the nose does not line up and match up with black people or Africans or people that are indigenous Africans, aka Hamites. We see the dark skin phenotype in South India, the Pacific Islands, because they are more connected to Shem and the Israelites than the children of Japhet in the north, spanning from Europe to Asia. The Hebrew word for a good land, a large land. The Bible says, I'm going to bring you to a large land. The Hebrew word is rakab. It means, it's an adjective that means spacious, wide, large, vast. It says this land, you're going to be dwelling in security. The Hebrew word is batak. Unwalled villages, it says, Ezekiel 38. Do you see any walls here amongst the villages? You see any electric fences, the iron dome system? No. This is the true land of Canaan. And these are studies that they've done in actually. Oh, this is good right here. This is studies they have done in the caves. In the caves, the Canaanites buried their dead in caves. So in the caves that they selected in Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, Cameroon, Zambia, South Africa, they went inside these caves and they tested the DNA of the people in the caves. Oh man, what did they find out? For goodness sakes, from these studies, ancient DNA and deep population structure in sub-Saharan African forages, meaning pygmy tribes, hunter-gatherers. What did they find? E1B1A they found in the Mota Cave. The Mota Cave. Where's the Mota Cave at? All we got to do is go back. All we got to do is go back, and we'll see Mota is orange. It's Ethiopia, where it says 2. Wait a minute. How is E1B1A found in Ethiopia or modern day Ethiopia going back thousands of years ago? Okay. What about the haplogroup B2B? B2B is found in a lot of different areas. B2B, B2B1A. Look at these places. The Kisisi Cave, the Gishimaganda Cave, the Fingira Cave, the Kakapil Cave, the Shimlaka Cave in Cameroon. Look at the maternal DNA haplogroup. L1C, L0A, seen in the African pygmies. L4B, seen in the Hadza people of Tanzania. L0A, L0A, seen in the African pygmies. L5, seen in the Lemba Jews, seen in the Congo. L0D, L0F, seen in the Khoisan people. L0K, seen in the Khoisan people. So prior to Abraham being alive or being born, these African pygmies were there. Let's look at the one that says the Kisese Cave. The Kisese Cave, lab ID L8821. If you look down the row, it says L5B2. L5B2 is seen in the Lemba Jews. It's seen in Central Africa, like the Congo. The paternal Y DNA is B2B, seen in the African pygmies in the Congo, in Central Africa. The years before present radiocarbon dating states that it is 7,240. Okay, let's calculate. Let's calculate this. Years before present, BP means time before present or years before present. It's a time scale mainly used in archaeology, geology, and other scientific disciplines to specify when events occurred relative to the origin of practical radiocarbon dating in the 1950s. For example, 1000 BP corresponds to 950 AD. 1949 BP corresponds to 1 AD. You subtract the BP number from 1950, so 1950 minus 1000 equals 950 AD. So if 1951 BP corresponds to 1 BC, 2000 BP corresponds to 51 BC. 7000 BP corresponds to 1950 BC, before Christ. Let's go back, because this one says 7,240. So obviously 7,240 BP corresponds to a time that goes into 2000 BC, prior to Jacob and the Israelites existing and living. So these people They had the Y DNA B2B lived a long time ago. And even if we look at 9,090 is in Malawi, Africa, B2B. Let's do some math, and it's going to tell us how long ago these people lived. They lived a long time ago, thousands of years ago. And just as we know, the Pygmies lived around 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 BC, because the ancient Egyptians depicted them on the walls. Even the first dynasty, Narmer Palit, Pharaoh Narmer, he has these pygmies. Let's keep going. The procession of order over chaos, 3,200 BC. The solar temple of Userkaf. The latest date historians place Abraham's birth was 2,100 BC. Pharaoh Userkaf, founder of the 5th dynasty of Egypt, dates to 2,500 BC. However, these little black pygmies, according to the solar temple of Userkaf, existed in Central Africa before Abraham could even travel to the land of Canaan, because he wasn't born yet. So who were these little black people that they talk about in the solar temple of Userkaf from 2,500 BC? Well, it states here that the FA pygmies were present in the Nile Valley from late Paleolithic times, attested to by radiocarbon dated testing of pygmy skeletal remains dating to 14,000, 12,000 BC. Wow, that's way older than Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Who were these black people? Who were these black people living in Central Africa thousands of years ago? Confirmed with radiocarbon dating. This is facts. This is not Josephus told me this. This book from a white man in the 1800s told me this. My Israelite leader told me this. Chat GPT told me this. This is radiocarbon dating. According to the FA pygmies in the Congo, they say that the first human was the primal ancestor who emerged at the source of the White Nile River. Basically, the FA mythology is telling us that the first man was created in the Garden of Eden, where the source of the Nile River comes from. A virtual Garden of Eden near and around the Rwenzori Mountains on the border of Uganda and the Congo. A linking glyph fragment found in the solar temple of Userkaf, built at Abu Ghorab in the 25th century BC, reveals the standard bearers to be the followers of Horus, the gods, the souls of Pe or Ptah, little men from the land of trees and spirits at the foot of the mountains of the moon, and known as the FA. I don't know how much reality I'm going to give you guys to understand this, but the FA pygmies of the Congo believe that a god named Arabate created the world and is the source and is the supreme being. The term God, G-O-D, in their language is Il or Ilu, the proto word for El, the Canaanite deity, chief deity. In English, we say God. In English, we say G-O-D. In the Ewe language, they say Mawu. In the Congo, they say Nzambi. In the southern Congo. In the northern Congo, they say Nyame, Inyami, N-Y-A-M-E, like what the Akan say, Onyame. But the pygmies in the Congo, the Canaanites, the word G-O-D is not Mungu like it is in Swahili, M-U-N-G. Like in Swahili Bibles, it'll say, instead of the Lord God, it'll say Yahuwah Mungu, M-U-N-G-U. That's a Swahili word for G-O-D. In the Efe Pygmies language, the word God, or the term G-O-D, is Il or Ilu, which will later be spelled by the Gentiles El or Ilum or Elohim. The Pygmies also refer to God as the Father. So we see a procession in an evolution of Il, El, Al, Allah, or Al-Ilah, Al-Ilat. Al-Ilah means the God in Arabic. They just say Allah. They drop the I. They drop the I. They say Allah, the God. Al-Lat is the goddess. They drop the I. Because they know that the I came first. Then you had the E. The Pygmies lived at the source of the Nile, beyond the rivers of Cush, my worshipers, the Israelites. So we've already talked about how the Efe Pygmies lived in the Congo during the first dynasty, the sixth dynasty. They went down into the Congo. They left from Elephantine Island in Aswan into the vast the equator of Central Africa. They captured a pygmy and they put him on a boat and they took him down the Nile to Egypt. The Pharaoh king boy child named Pepi II was so happy, guided by his advisors and the knowledge of the sediments and the pyramid text of his father, Pepi I. So he already knew from the knowledge of what was on the pyramid text from his father, Pharaoh Pepi I, the reason why he even wanted to get the expedition going to get this pygmy. So they knew it. They knew the pygmies were down there, these Canaanites. They knew it was the land of the Canaanites. So even during the 12th dynasty, Amenemhet I in 1950 BC, they also have the dancing pygmies, ivory board, from ancient Egypt. These pygmies they captured. Where they get them from? They got them from Central Africa. They brought them to Egypt. They made them dance. They made them all dance, these pygmies. And they displayed these statuette figurines in Egypt. So it lets you know that these people were not Egyptians, they were Canaanites. And the Cushites were dark-skinned with the typical hair fashions and the ostrich feather that the Cushites wear, the red hair. You see how their hair is red? Normally, black people's hair is not red like that. So how did they get it to be red and orange like that? The ancient Cushites dyed their hair. The true Cushites today are in South Sudan. Yes, this is reality. This is facts. And the ostrich feather wearing that the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Cushites wore, even the ancient Libyan Puttites, is still practiced today by the Fulani, many East Africans, the Dinka, the Anuak, the Shilluk, the Nuba in Sudan. Yes, even in East Africa, people that have admixtures in history with the bloodline of the ancient Egyptians and Cushites, they still have the ostrich feather that they wear on their head. Is the ostrich indigenous to Israel? The answer is no. The Efe Pygmies, women and boys have to get circumcised. And just like the Bantu people cover themselves with this kind of chalk from head to toe, so does the Pygmies have to do the same thing. So when we look at the maternal DNA and the Y DNA of the Canaanites and we wonder why is it in us, because we mixed with them for thousands of years. The DNA is not seen in Israel. The DNA of the Cushites is not seen in Israel. A3B2 is seen in Sudan, ancient time and modern time. Also seen in the Hausa people, because they are also descendants of Put and Cush. You will see the Y-DNA A3B2 seen in ancient DNA found in the skeletons dug up by archaeologists from the Kadruka, Napata, Kerma, ancient Kush, Meroitic civilizations in Sudan. And of course, the Canaanite Egyptian god Bes, B-E-S, he's a pygmy with a lion face. But he is a humanoid man, but he is a dwarf. He was a protector. He was a good god, I guess, in ancient Egypt. He was bringing people fertility and happiness, and also protection from snakes and scorpion bites. This was found in ancient Egypt. And when you look at the pygmy god Bes, well, guess what? You're going to say, well, does the Canaanites in Africa still talk about this Canaanite god Bes, B-E-S or B-I-S-E? Yes, they do. It says here that a name is a thing of individuality and power. This is the quote. This is a quote. So that the act of uttering a new name is an act of creation. In uttering the name Bes, the leader of a small group of Kwa, pygmies, and Bushmen of the southeast Kalahari Desert offered author Lawrence van der Post in the mid-1950s an opportunity to learn firsthand of the Kwa's supreme god. This is a Canaanite god called B-E-S or B-I-S-E. Chief Korokordu revealed to this author, he said, most of us human beings cannot see Bes or Bis, but he is there when we sit around the fire and at other times too. He is always there, especially in the dark. If there is a medicine man, he will be able to see Bes. Bes only speaks to his people through the medicine man, and he cares for us only through the medicine man. Viewing the divine in form was the rare exception in the sophisticated pygmy belief system. Rather, as Chief Korokordu put it, in his own words, when we see the morning star, it tells us that Bes is making a new day. In summer, the sun is high above us, but when winter comes, the sun goes to the north. It does not give so much heat and it sets earlier. All these things we just observe with our eyes, yet they are the work of Bes. Who is Bes? Bes is the Canaanite pygmy dwarf god that the Egyptians adopted back in ancient times. Still talked about and known and spoke about to this day with the Canaanite pygmies in Khoisan Bushmen in sub-Saharan Africa. The word Korokordu is a word used in some South African Bantu tribes, mainly, however, the Khoisan Bushmen traditions to refer this name to a respected senior elder who acts as a community dispute resolver or like a medicine man, a sangoma, or somebody that, you know, he's very old and wise and he can know what's going to rain. He can treat you of your ailments with herbs.
Ron, you hear me? Ron, you hear me?
Yeah.
I think you might get some heavy pushback on the god Bes being a Canaanite god, brother. You might get some heavy pushback on that.
That's fine. Let me keep going. Hold on. I'm almost done.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
So the pygmy god Bes was used to scare off evil spirits. People that had difficult births, couldn't have children. They put a pillar of Bes near their bed. And this pygmy man god Bes had a wife. His wife's name was Tauret. It was a hippopotamus woman god named Tauret. So why would Bes, which is a lion pygmoid man, have a wife that is a hippo god? Well, where are hippos found at? Hippos are found in Africa. Sudan, Ethiopia, the African Great Lakes, the Congo, Gabon, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Botswana, Zimbabwe, South Africa, West Africa too. Yes, it's there. They knew exactly what they were dealing with. Hippopotamus. They're going to be in areas that have rivers and lakes, yes, and marshes and swamps and mangroves, marshes, swamps, rivers, and lakes is where you'll find a hippopotamus. Hanging out in the water, hanging out outside the water, fighting with the lions. Yeah, the lions, of course, are in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not going to play. Well, let me play a little bit of this video because this is somewhat of what the pygmies do.
The actual starting place of the expedition in Africa is the little village of Arteza, which swelters in equatorial heat on the mudflats of the Niger River, and we are already over 10,000 miles away from home. Adventurous night for the next meal. Yet there are light spots in this dark land. It is visited at constant times.
Let me get to the pygmies real quick. Hold on.
In which wounded pal of opportunity to Tambi Mingi. Good job. Somebody again? They live in clans of 20 or 30, a few miles apart, and a representative of each family receives the salt.
All right, so there were tons of African pygmy tribes in Africa when they went down in there. And of course, we know that these pygmies are not Egyptians, they're not Cushites. Again, they're not Egyptians, they're not Cushites. What other son of Ham we have? Put. They're not the Putites either. They're not the Tuaregs. They're not the indigenous people of Libya. So we have one son of Ham left, and that's Canaan. I'm sure nobody says the Tuareg tribes are reported as being indigenous to the land of Put or Libya by the ancient Greeks and the Romans who invaded Libya in North Africa. Their language still contains remnants of the ancient Libycal Berber script found on the rocks in Libya to this day. And they have maternal DNA that is seen in us, but the Y DNA from the father is not ours because they have a different bloodline. They have a Moorish bloodline. But when you look at the maternal DNA of these Sahelian blacks, or even the Libyan Tuareg maternal DNA, you'll see that it is found in us. L2A is seen in us. African Americans is also seen in Central Africa amongst the African pygmies. Now, did these Putites, did they enslave Israelite women that were technically the maternal ancestors of the Canaanites? And throughout time, through these Putite men sleeping with these women, and they're birthing these Fulani and Hausa and Tuareg boys and girls, they're going to still carry this L2A haplogroup and subgroup that is seen in the majority of all sub-Saharan Africans that have the Israelite E1B1A, including this maternal DNA also found L2 and L2A found in the DRC with the Mbuti Pygmies, L2A. You see, again, the dark shaded green is a lot. It's a lot in the DRC with the pygmy. And if we go to the Tuareg women and men, we see that they have L2A1, L2 L2A1C, L2A1E, L2A1H, L2A1F, L2A1J, L2A1D, L2A1I. All these variations of L2A. Where do we see it the most on this chart? We see L2A, dark green, the Mbuti pygmies, the mothers of the Israelites. The mothers of the Israelites. You see in the genetic studies, when they test samples in the DRC, the Mbuti pygmies have L2A. They even have the older haplogroup L2, which you'll see in the Biaka in the Central African Republic. And you'll see it with the Bantu in Cameroon and Gabon. This is facts right here I'm giving you guys. L2A1, seen also in Fulani, the Hausas, the so-called Puttite Libyan Egyptians. You'll see it also in Cameroon, in various Bantu tribes that are the Israelites. Because we see it, the majority of the sub-Saharan Africans and African-American Negroes have L2A1. But the Bible tells us that the Libyan pharaoh Shoshank, he was the king of Egypt around 900 BC. And in the Karnak temple, it says that the Libyan king who ruled over Egypt, that they invaded the land of Canaan, sub-Saharan Africa. He put it on the relief. This is supported in 1 Kings, 2 Chronicles. It said God said Shoshank, the king of Egypt, during the 5th year of Rehoboam's rule, the son of Solomon, to conquer Judah because of the rampant idolatry that the Israelites were doing. Shoshank's invasion is recorded in this huge relief in Egypt, Karnak, as a witness to this biblical account. Now, this man named Shoshank was a man of Libyan ancestry who founded the 22nd dynasty and ruled Egypt, although he was a Libyan Puttite. Shemaiah at the time was the prophet to Rehoboam at this time. 2 Chronicles 12:8 says, nevertheless, they shall be his servants. So Shemaiah the prophet spoke on behalf of Yah, and he said, you know what? I'm not going to let Jerusalem fall, but the Libyans are going to take you guys, a lot of you guys, as servants. Because it says, nevertheless, they shall be his servants, that they may know my service and the service of the kingdoms of the country. So because the Israelites were practicing idolatry, he had to punish them. And the punishment was he wasn't going to let Israel or the land of Canaan and Jerusalem fall completely, but he was going to allow the Libyan pharaoh king to steal some of the treasures that were inside the temple in the land of Canaan. And he said that you are going to be made servants or slaves. And you can see on the Karnak temple, they're bound by the wrist and the elbow and the neck. You know, they have the guy looking like he's white or a light-skinned Arab. And this is in Egypt. It says Shoshank. And the Bible tells us this in 2 Chronicles 2, the invasion of the land of Canaan or the land of Judea or Judah or Jerusalem. You can read this in your Bible. And the Hebrew word that's used in that scripture is ebed, which means to be a servant or a slave or bond servant. Okay, let me get down because I want to get down to the meat. Okay. All right, here's the meat. The meat is coming, guys. Just hang tight. Don't get tired. All of this is going to break your heart because people keep believing that the land of Canaan is in the Middle East and Levant. I'm sorry, I'm going to break it to you softly. This was I'm doing a lesson tomorrow on the Bantu meaning of the word Canaan, the Canaan. What is the Bantu dual meaning of the word Canaan, or the land of Canaan. Is it in Jerusalem? Is it in Jerusalem in Israel or sub-Saharan Africa? We can prove this with the meaning of the word Canaan. It's going to be tomorrow, or you can register at the negronetwork.com, and the replay will be on h2ntv.com. You won't find this teaching on YouTube. All right, here we go. Before we get to the end, understand linguistics. This is part of anthropology. Language 101. To understand this, you have to really pay attention. In linguistics, a stratum or a strait is a historical layer of language that influences or is influenced by another language through contact. The superstratum case refers to an elite invading population that eventually adopts the language of the native lower class. You know what this is? This means that when the Germanic barbarian tribes conquered Rome and Italy, and these were not their languages. They conquered Spain and Portugal. However, they were speaking, they had to start, they said, okay, well, Spain and Portugal today speaks a Romance language. Spanish and Portuguese is a Romance language derived from Latin, Italian, or Romance languages. So why would elite invading group of people that speaks the Germanic language, why would they adopt the Latin language or the Italian language or the Spanish Portuguese language, which is not their mother tongue, Germanic? This is an example of superstratum. A substratum or a substrate is a language that an intrusive language influences, which may or may not be ultimately changed to become a new language. The term is also used of substrate interference. This means that the substratum language exerts on the replacing language. According to some classifications, this is one of the three main types of linguistic interference. Substratum interference substratum interference differs from both adstratum, which involves no language replacement, but rather a mutual borrowing between the languages of equal value. That's kind of like what's seen in Africa. And superstratum, which refers to the influence of a socially dominating language like Germanic languages that it has on another receding language that might eventually be relegated to the status of a substratum language. So when the Germanic tribes conquered the Eastern and the Western Roman Empire that were speaking Greek and Latin, then why would these Germanic tribes start speaking another lower class language? They obviously were the conquerors. Why did they just make everybody speak a Germanic tongue? This is an example of the superstratum, not the adstratum. Now, in the case of substrate interference, a language A, let's say the Hamitic dialect of Canaan, the Canaanites, occupies and lives in sub-Saharan Africa prior to the Israelites coming. The Israelites and Abraham come with language B, Shemitic language, that the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau arrived into the land of Canaan, where the Pygmies speaking language A were already at. Now, language B, Hebrew, then begins to override language A, the language that the Canaanites phonetically spoke prior to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Ishmael, Edom were speaking. Although using the same pictograph script, Proto-Sinaitic and Phoenician are the same script, basically. The speakers of language A, meaning the Hamitic language of the Canaanites, They abandoned their language in favor of the dominant, more populous and elite working language that will come upon them, meaning the Hebrews, the Israelites. They came in vast numbers. They were taller, stronger, more muscular. They were more organized in a military fashion. They subdued and conquered the Canaanites. Naturally, the Canaanites had no choice but to subjugate through the other language. So that today, that the African pygmies speak the same Bantu languages of the people they live amongst in Nigeria, Cameroon, the Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, the CAR, Angola, Malawi. They speak the same language. There isn't a separate language other than maybe in the Khoi sign. In the Hebrew Bantu people, you will see that the superstratum is Hebrew, meaning the dominant primarily language is you see it in the Bantu languages like Kikongo and Swahili is Hebrew, and you see it Egyptian substratum functionality. So the script that Abraham and Terah and the ancient Shemites, like the children of Arphaxad, Elam, Aram, and Ashur, they used the Assyrian Babylonian cuneiform wedge script. Look like this. And this does not look like Paleo Hebrew or Proto-Sinaitic Hebrew. Scripts can be written although we use our mother tongue. Remember, we in people in Africa are using their mother tongue to speak, although writing in English script. So when you look at the Canaanites and the Israelites use the same script, although phonetically the dominant language spoken over time will be the Hebrew language. Hebrew language uses a Hamitic script, not the Assyrian Babylonian cuneiform wedge script that the Babylonians and the Syrians and the Sumerians and the Akkadians used back in ancient times. The Bantu people dominated, and with their Bantu languages, so did the African pygmies have to learn their Bantu tongue. Okay. A lexicon is a book containing an alphabetical arrangement of the words in a particular language and their definitions. What did the Japhetic people do? The Gentile sons of Japhet spent time and they studied the oral history, traditions and customs, the religious rites, beliefs, fetishes, taboos, society, and language, meaning the words and definitions of the Bantu people, the Israelites. The Gentiles were pagan worshipers, believing in no god or many gods. They had their own Japhetic mother tongue. It was not an African tongue like Egyptian hieroglyphics, nor was it Shemitic. They did this to deceive the world using organized religion and had centuries to mastermind the switcheroo of the true land of Canaan from sub-Saharan Africa to the Levant, because they now control the religious texts, the authorization, the translation, the insertions, the deletions, the changing, the printing of books, and they control the making of maps and the naming of places, as they were the conquerors of these lands. They stole ancient historic religious artifacts from Africa, defamed rocks, erased knowledge and use of ancient written scripts in Africa. They punished and shunned Bantu Israelites for practicing their customs and their traditions. And here we are today with all this confusion. And I'm going to clear it up. The Ugaritic text found in Syria in 1928. You're going to say, oh, Brian, it's the Canaanites. These Ugaritic texts, although they're called Ugaritic texts, they were found in these small, itty-bitty tablets found in a palace library, a temple library and an apparently unique thing at the time, 2 private libraries, one belonging to a diplomat named Rapanu. Look at how small this tablet is. This tablet is 4 inches wide. 4 inches wide is the size of like the size of a finger, like a little finger. The Ugaritic texts were found on clay tablets that were small in various sizes, 4.5 centimeters by 1.4 centimeters. Others were small clay cylinders, each about the size of a human finger. Can you move something this small and put it in a bag or put it in a sack, throw it on a donkey or a camel or a horse and whisk it away somewhere in the world? Yes, you can. These rock, limestone, and clay tablets cannot be directly carbon dated like skeletons and skulls because clay is not an organic material, and the high heat firing process destroys organic matter. So you cannot look at this and say, oh, this is 6,000 BC. You can't really tell. You can't really say this. So does that mean it's a forgery? Why would anyone spend the time and the money to try to prove it's a forgery? Because they're just going to accept it. It's real. Where'd you find it? Oh, I found it here. How did it get there? Oh, well, it's always been here. How do we know if this thing is the size of my palm of my hand? How do you know that you didn't put it in a sack, take it to your library? And then we found it in 1928. At the same time, when they found these Ugaritic tablets, the size of your finger, they found other tablets in other languages: Sumerian, Hurrian, Akkadian, Egyptian, Luwian, even Cyro-Minoan. Why would this library have all these different tablets of different nationalities, of Japheth, Shem, and what we will think is Canaan? You have to think about these things, but let's look at the language of the Congo. You have Lingala, you have Kikongo, Shiluba, Kiswahili. The white man came to Congo in the 1800s and started staying there and studying the language of the Congo. What did they say? What's the name of the god of the Congos, the high god? Yakongo. Congo is the people, but Congo is the land. Congo or Kikongo is the language. Everything started in the Congo. Congo or Yakongo or Akongo is the name of the high god, the most high in the Kikongo. Why do they say that? Why do they use the word Congo, Yakongo? In the Tetragrammaton, we use Yod, He, Va, He. We use the consonants Y, H, V, or U, or W, H. Either way it goes, the Vav or the Wav or the UR has a vowel. The He is the same. Sometimes you could say Ka. So in the Bantu languages, you can interchange what the Egyptians called Ka. We will call, maybe in the Hebrew or modern Hebrew, you could say Hey. So the Bantu language is a mixture of Egyptian and Hebrew, mostly Hebrew with Egyptian substratum. So other ways you could say the word, the Tetragrammaton will be Yod, Ke, Va, Ke. Yod, He, Va, Ke, with the K. Ya, Ka, O, Ko. And we're going to explain why the K, where you get the Ngo. So in the Kikongo language, the sound K or NK is sometimes also pronounced with the consonants NG. So K or NG. When you use these letters, it can mean the same thing, like Konde, Ngonda, month. Nkoyi, Ngo, leopard. Nkombo, Ngombe, meat, goat, cattle. Yimbila ka, Yimbila nga, to be used to singing. Sonika ka, Sonika nga, to be used to writing. Salaka, Sala nga, to be used to working. Diata ka, diata nga used to be walking. So K and NG can be used synonymously. So the tetragrammaton Yod K O K can be read as Yakong, Yakong. Yahuwah, Yod He Vahe. At the end, you use the vowel or the missing vowel as O, so you have Yakongo. Yakongo is in the Congo people's religion or spirituality is the Most High or the High God or the Creator, the Supreme Being. Although the word God is Nzambi. So in the Congo or the Kingdom of the Congo or Congo Kingdom, they found that the Congos had Congo hieroglyphics. The hieroglyphics, just like the Egyptian and Proto-Sinaitic Hebrew pictographs, were not just symbolic, but also represented sounds. Over time, people understood that the hieroglyphics were a complex system that combined phonetic signs with ideographic signs, representing ideas or words or telling a story. So the Congo hieroglyphics alphabet has 22 letters or characters, just like Hebrew. The Kikongo Bantu language is the ancient root branch of modern Hebrew. The Congo kingdom was ruled by one king named the Mani Congo over 12 territories or provinces, each governed by the head of a Khanda. A Khanda is the head of a tribe or a clan or a paternal family line, like the Dalton line. The Dalton tribe is one of the provinces ruled by the Mani Congo. So the Congo kingdom had 12 kingdoms. You can look at this on the map. Proto-Sinaitic Hebrew symbols are found in the Congo in the Lobo Massif. A statue figurine of Moses III, the pharaoh that they say that let Moses go, told Moses and the Israelites to go, is also found in the Congo. Baptism pools are found in the Congo kingdom. When the Portuguese came, they found baptismal pools. And we know that the Hebrew word for baptismal pool is mikvah, and they did ritual baptisms in water, submersions, like John the Baptist. Resurrection rock cave rituals in the Congo kingdom. So when Jesus went inside the rock cave and then he resurrected from the dead, this was also practiced in the Congo kingdom when the Portuguese and Europeans came in there and found these mystery schools and were like, what are these guys doing in here? And it basically told the story of the Bible. The Ark of the Covenant was also said by the king of the Congo to be in possession of the Congo people. The English privateer White Lion ship in the movie Leave the World Behind was intercepted by a Portuguese slave ship called the San Juan Bautista, or John the Baptist is the name of the ship. In 1619, taking 300 captured African Bantu Israelite slaves from the Congo Kingdom vassal state of Ndongo, modern-day Angola, to Jamestown, Virginia. This started the transatlantic slave trade in the British Americas. The San Juan Bautista ship, meaning John the Baptist, transported 300 Israelites. They were on the way to Mexico in the Spanish colony that was started after the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. So the Portuguese had all the ships that could send slaves to the Spanish colonies of the Spanish crown in Spanish America and Mexico. The Portuguese ship was intercepted by a British English ship with a privateer license from the Dutch called a letter of marque. This is where we got the first Africans in Jamestown, Virginia in 1619, from the Congo Kingdom. In the Congo people, the women and men were fringes. Fringes are twisted thread or twisted hair tied to the end of your clothing, according to the Old Testament laws in Numbers 15:38. Fringes, not tassels, are seen throughout West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, and Central Africa. These are some of the clothing that I had actually bought when I saw this in Botswana and South Africa. A lady named Queen Diambi, she's her father is Congolese, who was the of a king status. Her father was like a king in the Congo, I believe in Katanga. She showed me at a conference a video of a ceremony she did honoring her father. She came out of a hut. It was a hut that her father used to live in, wearing his royal garment. When she came out of the hut and people were singing and dancing, she was wearing her father's garment that had fringes on the end of it. And I said, stop the video. And she says, I know what you're going to say. And I said, do you really know? And she said, what you have on right now, the fringes, is what we also wear in the Congo. It's a Hebrew African tradition. And she says, I noticed you guys, the Israelites, you wear these fringes on the end of your garment. We also wear it too. So in Africa, fringes is worn by the Israelites. In Tanzania, even in Ghana, in other countries as well, I've seen it. All these things and more are not on YouTube because YouTube banned me for over 2 years after the Kyrie incident, and they still shadow banned me. So I put it on h2ntv.com in movies and lessons, the true Israelite kingdom of the Congo, the biblical Exodus, and the true land of Canaan, the real Exodus route, not the one that the Gentiles and the white man tells us to believe in. Also, the Israelites versus Gog and Magog's army. Who are the real descendants of Gog and Magog's army? You will not get this type of teaching by the camps. None of this biblical education will you get on your YouTube favorite Israelite leaders. This is guaranteed. Give Netflix a break and learn something new. Stop being entertained and learn something. Also, all the Egyptian and Hebrew that are in the sub-Saharan Bantu and Habesha languages, I broke it all down in front of this guy, Dustin Nemos. I broke it all down. He got so mad. I was giving him Egyptian words and Hebrew words seen in Bantu languages and Habesha languages in Ethiopia. He was upset. He was so upset and outraged because I was giving him straight facts. He wanted me to argue back and forth with him. No, I said, I'm gonna utilize my time to give you the facts. So here's the last facts I want you guys to look at. In September the 3rd, 1884, this guy, W. Holman Bentley, sailed from England to the Congo to begin a second tour of missionary service. He was appointed as a missionary by the Baptist Mission Society on January 15, 1879. The Congo missionaries had many trials, including escapes from wild animals, disease, and cannibals. Bentley served longer than any of the others who left with him in 1879. He hung around. He stuck it out. He only lived to be 50 years old, and he was able to translate the New Testament into the Kikongo language and gave the people a complete dictionary, grammar, and lexicon of the Kikongo language. He saw over 1,200 people baptized, and according to historians, he said that, I Christianized these barbarous people. But we're going to see who was barbarian. A gifted linguist, he read the Hebrew Psalter and the Greek Testament in the train on his way to work as a bank clerk before being accepted by the Baptist Missionary Society for work in the Congo. For this purpose, he learned Portuguese and was fluent and sufficient to deliver his first sermon in the language of Kikongo after 6 months of studying Portuguese. Once at the mission field in the Congo, he noted down every Congolese word that he heard. In 1887, with the aid of a Congolese assistant, Nlembo, he published the first Congolese English dictionary. Here we go, guys. Buckle up. His wife also was able to speak Kikongo, and she helped him until she died to also put together this lexicon from hearing the words of the Bakongos and what they said the word meant and how to spell it. So this is just a couple of tons of Hebrew and Kikongo words. The word for pagan or foreigners in the Hebrew is goy. In the Kikongo is ngoy. The N in Bantu languages is silent. So you really don't say N, you say ngoy, ngoy, ngoy. So the word for pagans or foreigners or the nations is goy. Everybody that's not an Israelite is considered a goyim. In the Congo, it's ngoy. The word name in the Hebrew is Shem. Notice the consonants S and M. In the Kikongo, it's Suma, still preserving the S and M consonants. The way you say hot or burn in Hebrew is calm or calm with a K, because you have calm before we even have ham. In the Kikongo, it's kwama or kama, kwama, preserving the K, the A, the M, consonants and vowels. To open, to enlarge, to make roomy. In Hebrew is patah, P-A-T-A. Kikongo is pata, P-A-T-A. The word dark in Hebrew is kush, with the K and S consonants. Preserved in the Kikongo word kuzi, K-O-S-I or K-O-Z-I. Hairy in Hebrew is Ezav, with a V or with a U, depending on your preference. In the Kikongo, it's Nsavu, because the N is silent. You still preserve the S, the A, and the V. Word water in Hebrew is Ma'i, or Mayim, plural, the waters, like the heavens. Shamayim. In the Kikongo, it's Ma'i, same as in Hebrew. Son in Hebrew is Ben. Kikongo is Benah. To have children or bear seed in Hebrew is Bana. In Kikongo is Bana, without the H. Hair, paternal sons. Hebrew is Bar. Kikongo is Ba. The Hebrew Strong's is right next to all these words. You can look it up. Reddish in Hebrew is Adamdam. And you see that the vowels, take away the vowels, you get a repetition of DM. Take away the A, you get a repetition of DM, or Adamdum. In Kikongo, it's Ndum. So you see the repetition is still there for the word reddish, just like the Hebrew word Adam. To toughen, to be strong, to strengthen is Kazakh. In Kikongo is Kuzuka, preserving the K, the kof. You can use a K or a C. The Z and the Q. Pronounced Kazakh. Even though it's spelled with a C, Kazakh in the Kikongo is Kuzuka. Same meaning, to be tough, to strengthen. To be peaceable, peace, quiet, in Hebrew is Shalem. Kikongo is Salembe, to do peace, to make peace. Likeness, form of, resembling a man or person. In the Hebrew, it is demuth, the M-U-T-H. God created man or people in his image. Kikongo, word muntu or muntu, in many Bantu languages, not just Kikongo, means a person or man, resembling a man. Muntu, you see the MU and the TH preserved in the Kikongo Bantu language. To come together for a specific purpose. Hebrew, Kihila. In the Kikongo, Kuhila is to gather. Many cases for a wedding, to come together for a specific purpose is like a wedding. Kuhila, Kikongo. To express gratitude of thanks, To give thanksgiving in Hebrew is todah. In Kikongo is tonda, or toda, or tondo, matondo. Preserving the T-O, the D, or the D-A-H. Flood in Hebrew is mabul, M-A-B-B-U-L. Kikongo is mbula, or mvula, flood, excessive rain. Preserving the consonants M-B-U-L.
All right. Hey, Brother Ron,
Yes.
how much stuff you got left?
I got like 5 slides left.
You ain't got enough for a part 3?
Yeah, oh, of course I do. But let me just close out with this, and then we can talk about part 2.
You know, we can come on and keep doing this series all the way. We can do the series.
But let me just close out the language, or part of the language.
All right, close out the language, and then I got an Israelite up here that might want to ask some questions. Of course, he do.
All right. Okay,
All right,
so spring water is Hebrew mabua, and the Kikongo is mbu, the sea, ocean, below and above surface level. To give in Hebrew is natam, in Kikongo is nata, preserving the N-A-T-A. To give. Dryness, parched, drought, hot desert. Hebrew tzia, Congo tia, means the same thing. Congo, in the meaning country or land, in the Hebrew is eretz, with the TS on the end. Kikongo, it's sea, and sea, country, land. And keep moving. Gotta get these questions going. To receive, to take, to accept, in the Hebrew is kabal. In the Kikongo is kabbalah, to receive from each other, to take. To do, to realize, to make real. In Hebrew is asa, sa. Kikongo is sa, to do, to realize. To shine bright, to radiate. Hebrew, Shekinah. Kikongo, sikana. Preserving the S, the K, and the N. To shine bright, to shine. Symbolizes God's presence. The same cloud that signifies God's presence when the tabernacle was constructed in the desert. Then the cloud covered the tabernacle of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Shekinah. In the Leviticus 16:2, it says, I will appear in the cloud above the mercy seat, and the glory of the Lord, or Yah, the Shekinah, also appeared above the Ark of the Covenant in the most holy place in the sanctuary. The Shekinah in the temple, this is all the Jews know about this Shekinah. The Congos, they use the same word for shining glory. From my father, of my father, is the Hebrew word mo'ab. Mo, from, of, ab. Abba, father, Moab. So in the Kikongo word mu or mo means from or of, just as the Hebrew word mo, ab, from or of the father, Abba, ab. Moab was a child birthed from Lot's daughters. Moab was birthed from Lot's daughters having sex with their father. Lot had 2 daughters. They had sex with their father. One of them was Moab. Hence the name Moab, of, from the father, our father, Lot. Mu or mo means from or of Congo, Mukongo. Same thing in the Hebrew. God or a spiritual entity, Hebrew, El, Kikongo, Ele. Muele, spiritual entity. In Assyrian, it's Elu. Also, the word Elohim in Lingala or Kikongo is Elimo, spiritual entity. To laugh, to joke, in the Hebrew is Tasaka. In the Kikongo is Tasaka. It means to laugh, to joke. Isaac is she laughs. Isaac means she laughs. Why does it mean she laughs? Okay, the Hebrew word is yitzkak. Kikongo is yitzaka. She laughs. Genesis 18:12. Sarah laughed when 3 men told Abraham she was having a son in her age. She laughed. So the word Isaac means she laughed. Sarah laughed. Yitzaka. Yitzak. It's in Hebrew, Kikongo. To be small, to curse, to bring dishonor or bring into contempt. In Hebrew, it's kalal. Kikongo is kulula. Place or place in Hebrew is mokum. Kikongo is kuma, preserving the consonants Q and M. Okay, let me just get going. I'm almost done. To attack in Hebrew is paga. Kikongo is mpunga. PGA, the consonants preserved, the vowels. To make intercession, Hebrew, paga. Kikongo, mpunga, to intercede. Also, large, great, Hebrew, sagi. Kikongo, zangi, large in size. To enlarge, to grow, to increase. Hebrew, saga. Kikongo also can mean nzanga, to enlarge, increase in size. To be weak, to be feeble, to be faint in Hebrew is pug. In Kikongo is puka. To be weak, to be perpetual, long-lasting, continue. Hebrew is nun. Kikongo is nuna or nanu. To be long, lasting, perpetual. To wander, to move to and fro like a fugitive. Hebrew is nuwa or nua. In the Kikongo is nua, N-W-A, or nua. To be moving to and fro, sneaking on the tips of your feet like a fugitive. Genesis 4:14 uses the word, shall I be hid, and shall I be a fugitive and a vagabond. Sharp in the Hebrew is kad. Kikongo, kad, kada. Sharp, piercing. To swim, to float in Hebrew is saka. In Kikongo is suka, to swim. Confinement, restraint. In Hebrew is kili. Kikongo is kili. Confinement, imprisonment. To cover yourself, Hebrew, lawat, Kikongo, lawata, or lata. To address in a loud tone, to shout, shabak, Kikongo, sambuka. To address in a loud voice, to shout, preserving the consonants S, B, and K. To be foolish, to cause something to be vile or wicked. Nabil, Kikongo, niumbulu. Preserving the consonants N, B, and L. To be foolish, stupid, to be wicked, ungodly, immoral. To speak a strange language or speak indistinctively. Lawaz. In Kikongo, lawaza. Indistinguishable noise or speech. The heart, the mind, the understanding. Hebrew, leb. Kikongo, lamba. To activate understanding of the mind, the center of everything, the heart. To reprove, to rebuke, to correct, to judge. Hebrew, yaka. Kikongo, yika, is to rebuke, to reprove, to condemn, to judge, to correct. The word for rock is sila. Kikongo is sile. A circle or a band around the head, like the base of a crown, or a circle in Hebrew is kether or kathar. And in Kikongo, it's kata. It's a circle, a crown, a headband. To have vigor or good strength or freshness or healthiness. In Hebrew, it's leek. In Kikongo, it's leaky. It means youth, juvenile, young, freshness. To work for another, to serve. In Hebrew, it's abad or abid. Abad, to work, to serve another. In Kikongo, it's body. Same preservation of B-A-D, the consonants and the vowel. We talked about yarak, yakak, to reprove, to correct. Hebrew Strong's 3198. In the Kikongo, it's yika, to rebuke. Yika, in the Kikongo English Dictionary, yakak. Yakak, yika, both means the same thing, to rebuke. Okay, you guys say, where I was making this up. The Bakongo tribe, the Bobangi, Boloki, where we get Bengali or Lingala, also has Hebrew in it as well. This is the trade language that was used in the Congo, Lingala. In the Kikongo dictionary, you see the word for Hebrew is Ibri. The language and customs of the Hebrews is Kiibri. Kiibri. Okay, let's see. Well, Ron, you making this up, Ron. Ibri means Hebrew in Hebrew. So why is it in the Kikongo English Dictionary, Kiibri is the Hebrew language and customs? Do the Bantu people, like the Bokongos, utilize and practice Hebrew traditions and customs? Of course they do, because they are the Hebrews. They got Hebrew on their language, and they actually practice the traditions because of the Hebrew. Ibri in the Hebrew means Hebrew, just like it does in the Kikongo dictionary. We see, you may say, Ryan, what are you talking about? But look at the word kayi, kayenge. Kayi, kayenge. Well, did we see that in that other picture? To see around to tell the truth? Did we see kaye and kayenge? Yeah, it says heaven. Kayenge, kayengele, kaye means heaven or the highest in the Kikongo dictionary, as does the word Hebrew is Ibri or Kiibri. Even in the Ewe language in Togo, Ewe, I can't pronounce it like they do, but it means Hebrew. The white man corrupted it. He corrupted it. And of course, in English, we use the word Hebrew. But here it is, the Congo Dictionary. All of this stuff is on H2N TV. And you know what, sa.neter, this is I'm gonna show you something. Listen to this, guys. The Chinese are the children of Gomer. This was in the movie Hebrews to Negroes 3, Volume 3, the Israelites versus Gog and Magog's army. If the Chinese are the children of Gomer, they are plundering the land, not Israel. They're plundering the land of sub-Saharan Africa, the true land of Canaan. They are taking the land by all types of tactics. This is reality. And what you're going to see here in the Bible, it states in Ezekiel 38, it says Gomer, or the Chinese, and all his bands, meaning his multitude of people, the house of Togarmah, the white Jews and the white Arabs of the north quarters, all of his people, many people with thee, Bantu Israelites, be thou prepared, and prepare for thyself, thou and all thy company that are assembled unto thee, and be thou a guard unto them. So we have to be on guard to who? The Chinese, the Jews, the East Indians, the Russians, the white Arabs, the Europeans, the Americans, the Pakistani, because it says what? After many days, verse 8, thou shalt be visited. In the latter years, meaning the future, thou shalt come into the land that is brought back from conquest or colonization, the sword, and is gathered out of many people against the mountains of Israel, which have always been desolate, or desolate means just people, like a land is just like empty, but people not really living there. Not a desert. Desolation means emptiness. Not a desert, but it's brought forth out of the nations, and they shall dwell safely of them. Thou, meaning the Chinese, the Russians, the East Indians, the Pakistani, the Arabs, the Jews, the Europeans, the Americans, they will all come and ascend and come to the land of Canaan like a storm. And they shall cover the land like a cloud. Thou and all thy bands, many people with thee. This is talking about immigration, for God's sakes. All these Gentile nations are coming in mass immigration to the real land of Canaan. These nations are not coming to Israel to do anything. You got 3 million people, Chinese in Zimbabwe. Soweto population is 1.5 million black people. Come to Soweto, you'll see black people everywhere. 3 million Chinese in Zimbabwe. What are they doing there? Detroit is 700,000 people. Most of them black. The whole population of New Jersey is 9.5 million people. Have y'all seen how many people's in New Jersey? So 1/3 of that population of all the people in New Jersey is the Chinese in Zimbabwe. Let's go to this video this brother right here is talking about right here.
Hello. Are you aware there is an ongoing war between China and Nigeria? A silent war. Let me break it down for you. Chinese are buying up Nigerian lands. Chinese are technically and tactically buying up our ancestral land, and nobody is talking about it. Nobody talks about it. Everybody is comfortable. It's not a comfortable thing. It's a very serious situation. How can we all be looking and Chinese are taking over Nigeria? This is a new colonizer. They are coming in. They are taking over Nigeria, and everybody is keeping quiet. If you come to Lagos, Chinese are buying up everywhere. If you go to Ogun State, Chinese are buying up everywhere. And the governors are giving them CFO with reckless abandon. The governors will take over land from families, from communities on the assumption of overriding public interest. And the same governors will sell the same land to Chinese. Give them CFO. Gradually, Chinese are taking over Nigeria. They are gradually taking over everything that we have. And we don't know what is happening. This is another form of colonization. This is a new era colonization, a modern day colonization. Everybody should rise up. Rise up. That's your ancestral land in your village. That land that you bought. That acres of land that your community has. Come. Let us formalize it. Let us get title to it before the governors will sell the land to Chinese. It's a very big war. They want to use this to colonize us. They want to colonize us, and there is nothing we can do. This time around, the colonizers will live with us. Please, rise up, join, secure your property.
So, during the scramble for Africa in the 1800s, did China colonize Africa, sub-Saharan Africa? No. Did the Russians colonize sub-Saharan Africa during the scramble for Africa in the Berlin Conference? No. But it tells us in Ezekiel 38, all these words right here mean something. They mean something. What does it mean? It says you will ascend, you will go up to a higher land area, a higher sea elevation, like ascending up to a mountain. That's what the word Allah means in Hebrew. The word Yarad means to descend down from a highland to a lowland. The Hebrew word shel means to ravage, to destroy, to cause severe and extensive damage. What are the Chinese and other nations doing? They're coming to Africa. They're mining, taking all the riches out of the ground, and they're polluting the rivers and the lakes. They're cutting down all the trees, deforesting the trees for their benefit. They don't care about the land. They already have China. Why would they care about Africa? They're coming, polluting the rivers and the lakes. The Hebrew word bo means to come, to enter. These Gentile nations are coming to enter. Where? The real land of Canaan, not Israel, the land of Canaan, sub-Saharan Africa. The Hebrew word for cloud is anam. The word kasa means they're going to come to flee, to hide, to get fat, to plump up, to take refuge. The word agaf in Hebrew means crowds or hordes of people. The word rab in Hebrew means many, much, great. And the Hebrew word means nations of people. It tells us in the Bible, for God's sakes, it tells us, this is the end, that in Ezekiel 38, a mass immigration is going to come in the latter days to the land of Canaan. These are your children of Gomer, your Chinese, your Magagians, your Europeans, your Germanic Celtic tribes, your Americans included. These are your Russians, your Meshach and Tubal. These are your Persians, your North Indians that control the government. These are your children of Togarmah, your white Arabs, and your white Jews. These are your children of Gomer, the Chinese. They're all coming to Africa. And guess what? For the first time in history, the G20 summit is in Africa. Let that sink in. Why are they happening in Africa? Because all of the major players, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Iran, Iraq, Palestine, Israel, all the Russia, the Chinese, they're all here. They're all in Africa. They're staking their claim. They're doing exactly what the Bible states before the ending is going to come in the future, but they're fulfilling the prophecies of Ezekiel 38 slowly and securely as we speak, because this is the true land of Canaan, not Israel. All right, so I'm done.
All right, brother. Yeah, there you go. There it is. So let's get ready for the quick Q&A. Good. Another great presentation, brother Ron.
Thanks.
All right. I want the guests to come in and ask questions pertaining to what the brother was talking about, the topic.
Do y'all hear a beeping sound?
Say that again? No, I don't hear no beeping sound.
Yeah, I got a beeping sound. Beep.
No, I don't hear that. Okay, so being that Dr. Reggie was here first, I'll let Dr. Reggie go in. Go ahead, Brother Reg.
Peace to the family and sa.neter, and to Brother Ron Dalton, and Apostle is here. Interesting. You probably, if you've ever seen my work, you probably know some of the things I may ask. But the first thing I want to ask is, what does Deuteronomy 4:2 say in the Bible? Deuteronomy 4:2.
No, let's look it up. I'm not AI, so I can't. I'm not the walking Bible. So let's look it up. Hold on.
Yeah, look it up.
Okay. You said 4:2?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it talks about in verse 1 the statutes and judgments that the Israelites may have to do and live by, and go in and possess the land which God gave your fathers. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of your God which I command you.
Okay. So when you deal with African culture, even a lot of the
Yeah, I kicked myself out because I'm trying to figure out what's that beat.
a lot of the illustrations
Yeah.
that you showed, like particularly
Yeah.
the fringes.
I'm still gonna need your help to share.
Yeah, with the fringes, right? And you're showing African people. It's interesting, Ron, Brother Dalton, I'll call you Brother Dalton, that you would show the fringes, but you would ignore the staffs and the deities that are also central to it. Can you tell me why?
Well, I don't have all day to be on here. I selectively gave certain points I wanted to cover today on the slides, about 100 slides. I didn't cover thousands of slides. I don't have that time today. But the staffs that we see a lot of Bantu people carry is a remnant of, not all the staffs are you see that are from an Egyptian origin, but the Hebrew Israelites did retain many of the borrowings of ancient Egypt because they had socialization that happened while they were there for so long. But aside from all of that, the borrowing of certain things practiced in ancient Egypt is one thing, but to go to where you see the actual genetic evidence that can't be debunked, in addition to the linguistics, in addition to the traditions and customs that are things that are practiced by the Hebrews in the Torah that are not necessarily all in the 40 laws of Ma'at, because the 40 laws of Ma'at does not cover nearly all the different specific traditions and customs that the Bantu people cover that are specifically seen in the Torah.
Okay. Can you okay. So I first I have an enormous problem with the Bible being a historical book, right? That you should know about my work. And so you go to the Bible a lot, but in scholarship, for example, the word Canaan, Canaan is not an African Bantu word in the time period in which it's used.
Okay.
So, for example, so I would have to ask you, the first time that we see the word Canaan is in what language? Who's talking about Canaan?
The word Canaan, is it Egyptian word or a Hebrew word?
It's neither. It's neither. The Hebrews weren't around, and Hebrew is Greek. So you shouldn't even be using Hebrew.
How is Hebrew Greek? How is the Hebrew language Greek? How is that possible?
The term Hebrew is not the indigenous term that they use.
We know that the word Hebraicus in Hebrew is this. These are later terms that were used, but in the Hebrew is Ibri or Ibri.
Right, so use Ibri. I would respect that. Don't use the Greek.
Well, I speak English. I don't speak Hebrew. So for people in the audience, I'm gonna say Hebrew.
Oh no, but Okay.
Is that hard? Is that hard to
Brother
say?
Ron,
Hebrew?
I'm not here to argue with that. You just said what you said, right? I'm not going to argue with you. But the Akkadians are the first people that describe the Canaan people, right? And they describe them as Canaani. And then the Egyptians also, because that's the name that they're described of it, they describe the Canaan people as Canau, right? Or
Okay,
Pa.
so yeah, you said that the Akkadians are Shemitic people, correct? Semitic.
Semitic,
Yes.
Semitic, not Shemitic.
Okay,
Not doing Bible stuff.
Right. And so Semitic Hebrew is a Semitic language, just like Akkadian, correct?
Again, Hebrew, you should use what you Iberi, because the problem is you do.
No, I just want to know is Hebrew and Aramaic a Semitic language like
They are.
Akkadian?
They are.
Thank you. You just acknowledge
No,
what I
I
said.
can't. But the reason why I was saying it, because it has nothing to do with the continent of Africa.
It does. The word, if you come to my lesson tomorrow, I will break down the Bantu meaning of the word Canaan, and you will see with your own eyes and ears how it connects to the Bantu people and the story of the curse of Canaan and the Canaanites that are in sub-Saharan Africa.
Is it free or have to pay for it?
No, brother, you're gonna have to pay.
Okay,
you have to pay.
So
you pay for Netflix. You pay for Netflix.
Yeah, but I'm not. You're not paying. You're not paying.
Okay, so why can't you pay a brother for his time and service like you pay the Gentiles?
Oh, I can, but you're on a show that we're on, and you get a 3-hour presentation.
I just gave you like 4 hours of free information.
That's correct. So why can't you?
sa.neter said, "Can I get a part 3?" I said, "Absolutely." So I'm giving you free stuff right now, but you have to still support me on H2N TV and on the Zoom webinar tomorrow.
I don't
listen. Pay the money, brother. Come on, bro.
I want to be respectful. You haven't gotten past A to get past B, C, right? To get past A, you're going to have to establish that the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, and then later the Christian Bible is true and historical, right? And so for me to pay for something, I would love to pay for it. I pay for a lot of stuff, but you haven't gotten past A. You're giving me your belief. Let me just tone it down because I respect you. You're giving me your belief. And in this, you're very derogatory to Africa, right? You don't even you want to call them pygmies, you don't want to call them dings, bakata, you don't want to call them twa, you want to call them what the European calls us. You haven't gotten past.
Brother, I use dink, I use abattoir, I use different words, but I use the word mabuti, I use abattoir, I use all the words. You just probably didn't hear it the last time. Pygmies, African pygmies is a term people utilize today, just like the word Khoisan. The word Khoisan is not the word that the Khoisan people gave themselves. It's the abattoir. And the same thing with the Bantu people. Bantu means something, although West Africans don't use the word Bantu, they still have the same DNA, even. What we have to understand is that regardless if you believe in the Bible true or not, the Hebrew language did exist. The people that spoke the Hebrew language, they had a belief in one God. They also had traditions and customs as part of society and cultures. And this traditions and customs is seen in the Torah, whether you believe it or not. And the people today called the Bantu people, they practice these Torah customs, and in their language, as I just showed you guys, this is just 5 slides, the Hebrew parallels between the Bantu language and the Hebrew language. I can show you Egyptian as well. This is in my movies. So how can you have a people that are practicing the Torah customs of the Bible, and in their language they have Hebrew and Egyptian? Who else spent time in Egypt to even learn the Egyptian language, to have it in their dialect in addition to Hebrew, but the Israelites? And the Israelites and the people that are in Sub-Saharan Africa, they say out their own mouth in their oral histories that they left misery. Misery is the Hebrew word for Egypt. Some of them might say kimi, kama. That is the Egyptian word for Kemet. But people in East Africa and even West Africa, they say that they left They left Misri and they traveled following the course of the Nile and wandered in the wilderness of Africa until they landed to where they are today. This is what they say.
Brother Dalton, Moses was learned by the ways of the Pharaoh, so to speak, in the Bible, right? Okay. So if that is the case, then the problem is the Hebrews are actually practicing cultures of other people. The so-called Hebrews and Israelites or younger people. You're talking about Iron Age. You have people going back to the Green Sahara practicing. Your people don't, who you're talking about in history, they don't matter, right? Only colonization makes it matter. Your people are not talked about until the Iron Age.
Reggie,
is that true or not? Is that true or not,
Listen to me. Reggie, I can show you in the Bantu culture, their traditions and customs in the 613 Torah customs, and I can ask you, can you show me all of these Torah customs, 613 in the laws of Ma'at? And you're going to tell me no, because the laws of Ma'at are how many laws? Are they 613? No. And I can show you, I can say, well, show me in the pyramid text, the coffin text, show me in the Emerald Tablet, show me in this and that, and you're not going to be able to show me, because I'm going to show you all the Torah customs and various Bantu tribes,
slavery,
cultures.
I love the ones of slavery, selling your daughters. I love those. I love those because those don't deal with Ma'at. So in ancient African culture, selling your daughters, beating your servant, right? As long as you don't take out his eye or murder him, right? I love those, right? Those are the basis of our enslavement in the United States. I love your laws, right? Because then I can critique your laws and show that they're not humanity. They're just about younger people in the sense of in history who was trying to survive in a chaotic world, right? Who had no real knowledge. They was going to and fro. But I don't want to argue with you about that. Because when you bring stuff up like that, to me, it's like you don't have a written culture. If I search Proto-Sinaitic, I don't see no laws of Moses. I don't see no daggone Moses. I don't see Ham, Shem. I don't see any of that. You want to show it to me? Show it to me right now. Show it to me right now. I'll wait.
Listen. If you listen to yourself talking, you're not making sense. And like I said,
brother, I got a degree. Wait, hold up. I got a degree in comp sci, my dude. Right?
I got a degree too. So what? I got 2 degrees. So what?
Researching Black culture.
I got 2 degrees. So what?
Right. So I'm not making sense.
Okay. How many laws of Ma'at are there? How many laws of Ma'at?
I don't make sense.
Are they 600? How many laws of Ma'at are there? Are they 60 or are they less than 100?
You want to know something funny?
The laws of Ma'at, are they more than 100? Yes or no?
Check this out.
How many laws of Ma'at are they?
There are no laws of Ma'at.
Let's Google it. How many laws of Ma'at?
There are no laws of Ma'at.
I just Googled it.
What is it? What's it say?
Okay, listen. Kemet already had
you. Yo, my brother, you can't do that.
This is gonna help him, son. This is gonna help him.
No, you can't just cut in, man.
Yeah, but he asked me how many.
That's what the strikes are for. You can't just cut in.
Okay, well that's what he
is doing. Having a dialogue right quick. I'm gonna call on you next.
Okay,
not next, but I'm gonna call on.
I want to help Reggie with this so bad, but go ahead. All right.
My answer to this is that is European Egyptology. There are no laws of Ma'at.
See, Reggie's saying there's no laws, and Rakufu is saying there are laws.
No. Listen, Listen, Reggie. It says why Hebrews had more laws than Kemet, because the purpose of the Torah was to create a national covenant to control every detail of social and ritual life, to unify tribes into one nation, to separate Hebrews from neighboring people. Kemet already had unity and stability through kingship, Nisu, tradition, priesthood, cosmic order, Ma'at. Kemet didn't need thousands. Man, this is too much, man. This is too much.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So the question is, too, so the problem is what you're doing, Brother Ron, is you're taking European racist scholarship and applying it to Africa, and you're saying, based on that they had laws when they didn't have laws of Ma'at. They had laws to run their government, and they ran their government for 3,000 years. And the Hebrews, how long did you run the so-called Hebrews, right? Before it was attacked by Israel, Assyria, and Babylon, you didn't even get a start. Your stuff is literature. Your stuff is not real. Hezekiah was practicing ancient African beliefs. You can see it on his coins. We can't find hide nor hair of the Torah in the time of Hezekiah. Nothing.
The skulls, the jaws, the teeth, the DNA of the ancient Egyptians proves that we are not the Egyptians. End of story. Done deal. Game over. So that means that we're not the Egyptians, and we were in sub-Saharan Africa. We went to Egypt. We stayed there for a while. We left Egypt, went back south down into the land of Canaan. We intermixed with the Canaanites, the little black people.
Is that in the Bible?
The Egyptians today, the Egyptians of old didn't just have all these Canaanite wives and spend 1,000 years mixing with the little black African pygmies, because they weren't in Central Africa. They were in the north. So how can you tell me that these black people that have the DNA of the pygmies or the Canaanites? Why? Because the Bible states that the Israelites spent almost 1,000 years in the land of Canaan, which is not the land of Egypt, the land of Cush, or the land of Put in Libya. This is a fact. So you guys got to accept reality. The reality is the DNA science and genetics. You cannot debunk it. I don't care what you say. DNA is factual. Bones can be carbon dated. Skulls and jaws and teeth are factual biological tissue specimens that can be compared to African Americans or our ancestors that came from West Africa and Central Africa to prove that we're not the Egyptians. Game over. You're done.
Are you a prophet?
Like, just go to sleep or something. We're done.
I'm just saying, Ron, are you a prophet? Because, Crawley and F.S. Cherry, they're the first people that started talking about that our people here are the Israelites for a moral reason. And then it was found out that Cherry was a false prophet because he said that he claimed when the end of the world was going to happen, right? So he's a false prophet. Are you a prophet today? Because I don't see you being aligned with the Bible.
Did I say I was a prophet? If I ever said I'm a prophet, so the answer is no.
Okay, I just want to check because you sounded like you're a prophet.
Reggie, I have never said I am a prophet. Never, nowhere.
Okay, Ron, I don't want to. It's a pleasure talking to you. I got to give you pushback. Don't take it like it's a personal, right? But as a researcher, and I have a long history, I respectfully, watch this. I just respectfully disagree with you, but you could continue. There's other people that want to talk to you. You have a great day, sir. Right? Because I don't want us to be. I just want us to be able to talk. All right?
Okay. Notice how no Israelites are here.
Well, I'm getting ready to bring in one right now. I'm getting ready to bring in a powerful. I'm getting ready to bring in a historical, powerful Israelite who knows this Bible back and front, and he goes by the name of Apostle Saquon. Apostle, you got the floor, brother.
Oh man, come on, bro. I know him already.
You say, come on. See, you sleeping on him.
Let's see what's going on right quick. Shalom to my brother. Much respect once again. Love your presentation. I do have a pushback. I have a pushback. In fact, you mentioned Jeff Brenner, and I have both of Jeff Brenner's books. Know him very well. Okay. So in your presentation, you showed that. So let's talk about, you said Ibri. I push back on Ibri to Abba. The right pronunciation.
Abaya.
Abaya is the language. Another thing you failed to mention, you compared the Masoretic text to that of traditional African people. You compared the Masoretic text, which was created by the Ashkenazi Jew, who is a descendant of Japheth, and a language that wasn't created until the 1st century around 800 BC, in between 600 and 1000 BC. That's when the Masoretic text was created with the dashes, the Nikud. So my pushback is, and I like to share my screen about the language itself, because my pushback will be, if that language compares to anything, it will compare to the ancient paleo script rather than the Masoretic script. Even if you pick the Metis Lectionis or the Aramaic, but you didn't even pick those two. The Aramaic script was created when we went into Babylon in 606 BC. And after that, that's the Aramaic that came in. And in Christ's day, they were speaking the Metis Lectionis without the Nikud, without the vowel points. There is no E, U, V, F letters, no PH letters in Hebrew, no U letters in Hebrew, no V, no Vav. That's modern. When we look at the ancient text, which would date back towards those Twa people, let me share my screen real quick. And I know you're anxious to get back to floor.
This is fruitless, and it really it's I don't even know what
you don't want to deal with it. I know you don't.
I got all these people down here ready to talk, and he wants to talk about the Masoretic text and the vowel points. Come on, like what are we doing here? Like,
come on, man, that's what you're using when you're using the
what is your contention? Are we the Israelites or are we not the Israelites?
Oh, yeah,
is the land of Canaan in sub-Saharan Africa, or is it
but let me I don't know where the land of Canaan is.
Okay, so why are we reading on the Masoretic text in Hebrew?
That's not it, son.
The lesson was not about the Masoretic text.
Hold on. I'm saying the wrong thing. Hold on.
All right, hey, so Apostle, let me get back to you because there's a few people that want to talk.
Okay, you want to take you about a minute to pull this up.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. You want to share your screen, so let me get to the people that just have the questions real quick.
Okay, great.
All right, Kufu, go ahead, brother.
Real quick. The short answer to what Ron Dalton just said. He said that they took the test of the jaw, this, that, and the third, and show we are not the Egyptians. So I asked ChatGPT. I said, are we closely connected to the Egyptians or the Hebrews? Short answer: African Americans are genetically closer to ancient Egyptians than to ancient Hebrews. Go ahead, John.
That's because they look at the European as the Hebrew.
The same ChatGPT will tell you that the Canaanites are seen in Lebanese people in Palestine today. The same ChatGPT will tell you that
one at a time, y'all. One at a time. Go ahead, Brian.
Palestinians and Lebanese people today. So how in the world can ChatGPT tell you that the Canaanites are Lebanese people, white Arabs today? We know that the three sons of Ham, the brothers of Ham, are Cush, Mitzrayim, and Put. So you're relying on ChatGPT to say that, but ChatGPT didn't give you no proof. Like, tell me what's the maternal DNA and Y DNA haplogroups of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
What is the Y DNA haplogroups of the ancient pharaohs of Egypt? And do not give me just one. He won't be one A. Ramses III.
No, because they don't have the old ones tested yet. Don't you know that?
They do have that. What are you talking about?
They don't have Narmer's mummy. They don't have.
They have the Y DNA haplogroups. Just like they did ancient Israel DNA studies, they have ancient Egyptian DNA studies.
No,
they got ancient Saudi DNA studies.
Let him talk.
Because he know he's not being genuine.
Oh man, look, they got DNA studies worldwide. Ancient DNA studies.
Any of the pharaohs' DNA in ancient antiquity dynasty 1 up to 12. What are you talking about?
Kufu, let the man talk. He'll be done. Don't
ancient DNA studies. They got the ancient DNA studies of the Kennewick man in Washington in America. They got ancient DNA studies in Mesopotamia. They got ancient DNA studies in Europe. They got ancient DNA studies in Sudan. Ancient DNA studies in Israel. They got ancient DNA studies in Sub-Saharan Africa. They got ancient DNA studies in Egypt. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but look how you play the word. You went vast with that. They got Roman. They got like Dynasty 30. Then they got the dude they just found in the vase like 2000 BC maybe. That ain't Kemet was in 3000, 4000. What are you talking about?
In ancient DNA, it goes back to the Iron Age, the Copper Age, the Bronze Age, the Paleolithic, Neolithic, Mesolithic. All these eras that go back thousands of years BC.
Let him finish,
That's what ancient DNA is.
Yes,
ancient DNA goes back thousands of years.
Yeah, but you're dealing with.
Are you finished, Ron?
I mean, he's not facing reality. Reality shows that the ancient DNA.
Don't do that again, Ron. Stop doing that, Ron. Let the man finish.
He talks.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Ancient DNA studies exist going back thousands and thousands of years. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, well, that's too old to do DNA studies." No, it's not.
Why you keep muting?
Because you keep talking. You keep talking.
Stop. I'm not talking.
You are talking.
I'm not saying a word. Nobody hears me.
I muted you.
All right. Hold on.
You just keep muting me. You don't have to mute me. I'm not going to talk.
Hold on, y'all. In case y'all didn't know, I got Apostle as my co-host today, and so he's just trying to, keep it good right now. That's all it is. All right, and so let me move on to Suntan. You got to turn on your camera, brother. Suntan, are you there? You got a question, Suntan? Unmute yourself.
Brother Ron, you put out a lot of information, good information. I don't want to try to rebut it or nothing like that, but the information you put out causes division. So I want to know this right here in Corinthians 9:19. Is that division that your presentation causing? Is it? No doubt there have to be differences among you to show which of you have God's approval. In your opinion, is that true? Because of the information, you brought a lot of information and it's causing division as it's done right now. But is that true to prove God's approval?
Okay, so me bringing forth all the facts, information, research, and truth is causing division in the Black community. That means that the Black community, we're lost in the sauce. We don't know where we're going, who we are. We don't have no facts, information, and research. If I had to ask you guys to put together a 3-hour presentation on genetics proving that we are the ancient Egyptians, you guys couldn't do it. I'm telling you, I can run circles around people and say, "Oh, you can't prove with genetics." But the genetics, I got articles upon articles. This is just like 100 slides out of like 50,000 slides that I got compiled over the last 10 plus years. So what I'm giving you is not to cause division, is to bring clarity, understanding, and truth to people that are asleep and not being taught correctly by the Israelite community and the Kemetic community.
Ron, what I was saying was not to cause division in a bad way. The scripture said is to cause a division in a good way. And I was asking you, do that agree? Because the division goes to whoever, listens and understands the way of the scripture. So the division comes with whoever comes with the false document. I'll read it one more time and you can pull it up yourself. Corinthians 9:19. No doubt there has to be differences among you to show which of you has God approval. In your opinion, do you agree with that scripture?
I think it's okay to rebuke and to reprove and to correct people that are teaching misinformation and are leading and deceiving the masses. I mean, as proponents and champions of truth, we need to not sit back and let people teach stuff that makes no sense and we just keep our mouth shut and quiet. That's why I challenge all these Israelite top leaders. If you have the truth like you say you do, then debate me. And all these Israelite top leaders, they run. They say, "No, Ron, we don't want to debate you."
Hey, Ron.
Who are the Canaanites today? No, thank you. Who are the Canaanites today? Debate. No, thank you, Ron. I'll take a pass.
One more thing and I'm done. That's why I brought that scripture out to you, because you seem to be very, very knowledgeable as a Hebrew Israelite, right? So they teach this doctrine, Ron, that I think is very divisive and is very hurtful to the community that, and I'm going to bring it up again, and me and sa.neter always bring it up, that salvation is only for the Israelites. So that's why, and that brings about a division amongst the people. Would you agree?
Yeah, it does. Of course it
All
does.
right, so I'm done. Anybody else can add? That's all.
All right. All right, Santan. Charles, let me ask you a question, Ron. Ron, you said that the Chinese are the children of Gomer. Who is Gomer? Who is Gomer today?
Gomer was one of the sons of Japhet. So Japhet had a son named Gomer, and the children of Gomer today, we will, in our English word, they are the Chinese, the Koreans, the Taiwanese, these Asians over there. They are the children of Gomer. This is in. I think I don't know if I don't think I did a lesson on your channel, but I've done lessons on this on other channels and on H2N TV, proving with their texts in Mandarin and Cantonese in their oral history of their early beginnings before they had Buddhism and Maoism, where their lineage and ethnicity and pedigree comes from. And just like there's a flood story in China, there's a flood story in India, there's a flood story in Samaria, there's a flood story in the Hebrew, of course, Bible religion. They have their ancestry that goes back to the first man, of course, Adam and Eve, but then they also tell after the story of the flood how they are descendants of the patriarch Japheth and his son named Gomer. This is what they say in their ancient books. How are we going to tell them you're wrong? And it lines perfectly up with the Bible and prophecy and what's happening right now in sub-Saharan Africa, because the Chinese are not flooding Israel with their people, and they're not plundering the land of Israel, taking the land and its resources out of the ground like they are sub-Saharan Africa, which is the land of the Israelites and the Canaanites as well.
Okay. All right. Let me go on back to Apostle now. You ready, Apostle?
Yeah, my screen is sharing.
All right, your screen is sharing.
Go ahead and show it.
It is. It's showing. So what you want to ask Ron?
Okay, I don't see it, but
it's up there. People see it.
I see it now. Yeah, Ron. So as you can see, the language up here before you, you see the same writing script that's in Jeff's book, the same script. Matter of fact, on the front of Jeff's book, that word is Shema. Listen or hear. But to be intently, to listen intently with your heart, not with your ears. So you mentioned the word ILAH. You'll find that word right here. And that word, did I pass it here? No, not yet. Okay, come on down. It's Allah. Allah is with an I, an ion, not an A, not a lapa, but it is with an I. Here it is, right? Is that it? No, because it means to ascend. You said the word A.
I already said, listen to me. You're not understanding. ALAH means to ascend. When the Arabs say the word Allah, it comes from the root word al, which is the, and then it's Ilah, ILAH. They just dropped the I, didn't use it because they just wanted to do that, and so they have Allah, LAH, which means the God. But they know that the word God, instead of saying La, LAH, it was Il or Elu, or they will use the word Elah, just like Elat means the goddess. I-L-A-T. Al-Elat means the goddess. Al-Elah means the God. They shortened it, dropped the I, made it Allah. In their language, in Arabic, it just means the God. Allah, just like in Hebrew, you can have the same consonants but have a different meaning. So the word Allah can mean to ascend, but then when you use the word El, it can also be associated with God or power, like Elohim, Eloah, El Shaddai, like the Almighty, or just El or El for God.
Okay, you're pushing back a little too far. You've gone further than what I was stating. This is the Hebrew, ancient Hebrew paleo text. And it clearly says Allah is to ascend.
I just said that. I just said that already.
Let me speak. I'll let you speak. It's an ayin, it's a lamb, and a ha. These three letters, an ayin, a lam, and a ha. And here's I-L-A-H, ascend. It's not A-L-A-H like you showed. Not in the ancient paleo, which I would accept over the Ashkenazi Masoretic text any day. Because, like I say, there is no E. The word Elohim is mispronounced. It's Elohim. Elohim. There is no E's in our language. There's no V, no Vav in our language. There's no F in our language. The word or the book is called Sapar, S-A-P-A-R, Sapar. Any F word is going to be in Hebrew, it's going to be a P word, a P letter. You know this. Even in the book you showed.
You're not understanding. You're arguing about non-trivial things. Allah,
you're on the triple now because I pushed back on you.
Allah can mean to will.
When you're not speaking true.
It can mean to curse. It could mean to ascend.
So I'm done with it. I showed
it could be the Aleph. Either way it goes, you just.
All right, hold up. He's talking, Apostle. You can't hear him.
No, I couldn't hear him because I was talking. But go ahead.
Yeah, so you proved to me that the word Allah in the word ascend is the ayin and the lamed and the hey, even though it says Elah. If you go down, it's not an A, it's not an E, it's an I there. Nevertheless, when you use the word you use the word Allah using the Aleph that corresponds with God or to wail or to curse. When you use the word Aleph, you still in the ancient text, it could be interchanged with I or E or A. This is why a lot of Hebrews today say Allahim or Allahayim, or Ahaya, or Ahia, like Aya, Asha, Aya, with an E, or they say Ahaya, Asha, Ahaya, or with an A. So people can interchange the E, the A, or the I. In the ancient times, they used the I, and then they went to the E and then to the A.
All right, let's go to Ngolo. Ngolo.
Yo, what's up?
All right, what's up, brother? You got any questions for the brother Ron?
Yeah, yes, my question is, how are you utilizing a language classification, and the people that created the language classification would not agree with the way that you are utilizing comparative linguistic methods to classify, I guess, Hebrew as a Bantu language, in terms of lexical congruence, phonetic congruence, and grammatical congruence. No formal linguists would agree that the Bantu and Hebrew have any, I would say, any formulative or congruence, I would say.
Yeah, so we have modern Hebrew today, and we have the consonants that's used today in the lexicon and the vowels, and we have the meaning. This is modern Hebrew. But when we look at the Kikongo lexicon, the words, the consonants, the vowels, the meaning, how the letters are put together or the consonants are put together to formulate the word, and how the word is pronounced and what it means. The Kikongo people in the Congo and Angola, they existed before the white man put together this modern lexicon, or he decided to put together the Hebrew lexicon that we see today in our books and on the internet. So the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, or no rabbis or sages, came down to the interiors of the Congo in the rainforest, savanna plains of Africa, deep into the heart of Africa, to teach them how to speak Hebrew and how to understand the pronunciation of the Hebrew word and the meaning of the word. They didn't do that. So that means that if we can find evidence, strong evidence of Hebrew in the Lingala and Kikongo language, including Swahili, that means that something is there that we are missing. That the fact that the matter is that these people that are the Hebrews, they have the same DNA as you. They have in their oral history how they left Egypt. They may call it Kama or Kimi, which is the Egyptian word for Kemet, or Egypt, not misery. And we cannot tell them you guys are wrong in that you were saying that your language is the progenitor of modern Hebrew, meaning that our language, when we left Egypt and we carried this Hebrew Egyptian dialect into Africa, is the beginning, the root of what we see today in modern Hebrew. Because we all know today in the modern Jewish speakers or Yiddish speakers, or anybody today that speaks a Semitic language like Arabic or Aramaic in Syria, that in their dialect, you're not going to find, in addition to Hebrew, but also Egyptian. And in addition to that, they're not going to be able to tell you in many of their words that may not sound Hebrew, that the meaning of these words actually tell the story of the Bible and things connected to it and why they even call it that. And this is something that is unique to the Bantu people, is that in the words, the words don't only have to match up exactly with the modern lexicon of Hebrew, but it also, if let's say it doesn't match up perfectly with the modern Hebrew lexicon, it will basically tell you the story and align with the Bible history, meaning the history we read in our Bible, and they'll tell you exactly why it means that. And this is something it's a phenomenon that's not seen in any other culture other than the Bantu people, because they are the Israelites. Their ancestors were the ancient Israelites, and therefore they pass this down to them. So there's many mysteries of the Bantu languages that many don't understand, and the only to understand it and really grasp it is to be in Africa and study and listen under the teachings of people that speak this as their mother tongue and have been studying this from their parents and from elders. So I really don't care if modern day Gentile linguistics that speak Hebrew or they can talk about the Hebrew lexicon don't believe the Bantu language is in any form connected to modern day Hebrew or Shemitic tongue. The reality is that in terms of archaeology and anthropology, like I said, in the field of genetics, it just proves that they are the Israelites, and it proves that we are the Israelites, and that the Exodus did not happen to Israel. It happened south into Africa, and the land of Canaan is the land of the African pygmies and Khoisan. This is exactly what the Bible talks about, and we are living the truth in reality in sub-Saharan Africa. So the people that they may disagree with what you just like you said, they may disagree. They're not living in reality. They don't have all the proofs to prove what they think that they can substantiate in saying that this is no way connected to a Shemitic language or to the Hebrew language, because in all actuality it does in many ways, in addition to other proofs that I can bring out that I didn't bring out today.
You got to keep your answers a little shorter, Don. Ron,
Okay.
you got to keep them a little shorter, Ron. Go ahead, respond and go.
But in essence, when you look at the phonetics of Hebrew, and compared to Bantu and even Niger Congo classified languages, the meanings of our words change by tonation. You're not going to see that in any Semitic language. The way we conjugate verbs is completely diametrically opposed to the way they do. They use trilateral roots, if I'm not mistaken. We don't do that. So that's what I'm like. The fundamental basis and technicality of the way that they do comparative linguistics is logical. But what I'm trying to see is use your method, because the method that I've seen that you're doing, comparing the lexicon, you can literally do that with any language on the planet and find similarities between meanings of specific words. If it's not I would say a large amount, like an extremely large amount, I would say upwards from 85% lexical similarity. Like you could literally do that with any language. But I'll let somebody else.
What language can you show that has 85% lexicon similarities to the Hebrew lexicon? Can you tell me which language it is?
With the Paleo Hebrew or modern?
Which language today has 85% lexical similarities to modern Hebrew lexicon? What language today?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm not sure.
You don't have the answer.
My area expertise.
Chill. No jumping in, y'all. No jumping in.
You said that you can prove that with other languages, and you said you don't know the answer to that because you don't have the answer.
No, I in regards to Hebrew, I can't, because I don't really study Semitic languages to compare with Hebrew like that. So I wouldn't say that. I'm talking in regards to African languages. The lexical similarity with in regards to that, because when you look at Hebrew,
you know it. You know the answer.
Yeah.
What is it?
Negritos on the island of, they speak Talia, is very similar to the ancient Paleo Hebrew.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
Come on, Rob.
You don't believe that, Rob?
What are you talking about? The Negritos? What are you talking about? Come on, man.
I would debate you on whether the Masoretic tongue is a language we should be using rather than a language of our ancestors. I'll debate you on that.
Listen, you're trying to debate the wrong thing.
You said nobody will debate you. I said I will debate you.
You want to debate on the Masoretic text?
No, I want to debate that the Masoretic, which you just showed to be in adjacent to this other language, it doesn't line up, because not only has the Ashkenazi know our language or shared the language, they can't even speak our language. They speak in Yiddish.
I don't care. I don't care if they speak Yiddish. I don't care.
But our language is not Yiddish. What you mean?
I don't care.
How can you use them as an example and you know their language is Yiddish?
Your thought process is everywhere.
So the Canaanites are speaking Yiddish. Come on, man, get out of here with that. Brother, I like you. I like your information, but you went too far with this one. And I will debate you on the language.
Okay. All
right. We moving on. We got Moses in the building. Moses 777. Brother, we ain't got time for all your slides and all this, Moses. I asked you the other day, would you like to do your show? And you were scared to do your own show because the people was going to come in. Now you got slides and all this stuff. What's going on with you, Moses? Talk black to me, man. What's happening, man?
All right, let me give the greetings first before I respond to you. First, let me say peace, blessings of our ancestors dwelling in the light of Yah, shine on us and surround us with protection as we attempt to resurrect as gods on earth. Sa.neter, that whole I was scared, brother. I told you what happened. I told you the incident that happened in my truck where the dude rear-ended me. I had to go.
Oh, no, you ain't tell me that.
I did. You wasn't listening. You was too busy.
You said you couldn't do it, but you ain't tell me about the truck.
I did. You was just too busy going in on me because of that other situation.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. All right, brother.
All right. So, peace to the panel, man. So, brother, Ron, it's good to see you back on the platform. Hey, the last time you and I spoke, I asked you a question. What was your mission and your destiny? What was your purpose behind Hebrews to Negroes? Do you remember what your response was to that?
Yes, but the purpose now is to awaken our people to know who they are, where their true ancestral homeland is, the land of Canaan that was given to them, and to get back home to our homeland, because the prophecies state that only we can fulfill our part of the prophecies as the Israelites, because we are the Israelites, and nobody can fulfill the Israelites' prophecies except for us and those that are already in the continent that are the Israelites. And then to be aware of what the other nations are actively doing that falls in line perfectly with the Ezekiel 38 prophecies of the nations that are going to formulate this Gog and Magog army that eventually we know is tuned into the Battle of Armageddon. So we are kind of like at the last stage. This is the last kingdom, the ruling on earth, the European American alliance that's ruling the earth. That's going to fall. It's falling right now, but while it's falling, while Europe is falling and America is falling, people are trying to get out, but Africa is still under siege. Africa is still asleep. The Israelites in America are still asleep. Israelites worldwide are still asleep, and we need to start getting all this truth so we can put it all together and start putting together action plans and goals to actually fulfill what the Bible says we're supposed to fulfill. And we can't get to that point until somebody starts to operate in the spirit of truth to get this truth out to our people. Because one of the last things I'm gonna say is that we know we're the Israelites. Don't know. We seem to not know where the true land of Canaan at, the Holy Land, the Promised Land, the land of milk and honey, and that needs to be dealt with. And I'm dealing with that, here on sa.neter's channel and on my channel on my H2NTV. That's what I'm at right now.
All right, fam. So, with that being said, I wanted to remind you also of that one scripture in Psalm chapter 83, verse 3-4, where it says, "They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation." That the name of, and I know it says Israel, but my understanding is different from yours. But overall, what I'm trying to point out to you, brother, is that the pushback that you are getting from this platform, I want you to remember what happened in the days of Rome. When the Roman Empire was standing on earth, there were children of Africa that had an allegiance to Rome. And that whole story about the disciples, coming with the gospel of Jesus, that is really about other children of Africa coming into the empire of Rome and trying to separate African children from that Roman Empire so that they could basically resurrect the kingdom of God. And with that being said, that puts you in the mind frame that Malcolm X was on when he was talking about house niggas and field niggas. I need you to understand that the pushback that you're getting is coming from house niggas dressed up as pro-black people. I'm not saying that is the case with everybody on this platform, but I need you to understand that, yes, we are at that time again. Don't nobody want
CC.
Don't nobody want Africa to get back into.
Yeah, what's good, man? What time are you
You live, Tom.
to do a show?
He did it right because that is not true.
You on there?
No, I agree. I agree.
His mind.
All right.
So I agree.
That's why Malcolm was snitching.
Who's speaking?
sa.neter's not on mute. All right. So
who's that speaking other than you, Moses?
I don't know. But
don't tell me it was Rakufu.
So Ron, the first, I'm gonna ask you this one question, man. When we talk about Psalm 82:6, according to your understanding and according to the people in that land that we were calling biblical Canaan, what is a God and what is a most high according to these people in this geographic location? And is there a difference between the two? I say yes, there's a difference between the two.
Man, that's a good question, man. Damn.
You mean what God do the people in the Levant serve? The Ashkenazis?
No, I'm talking about the people that we're speaking about in Canaan, the people that's dwelling in Canaan. What does God mean to these people in that geographic location? And what does the Most High mean to those people that geographic location? Are they one and the same, or are they different?
Well, in Africa, you have people that believe in animism. They believe in the ancestors. They believe, some of them believe in a supreme being or creator. He goes by different names, and the meaning, the words that they use to describe him is based on his attributes. So, and sometimes is linked to like the sky or the mountains, because the mountains in the sky are the highest in our world.
Wrap it up, Ron. I want to go to the next person.
Yeah, but they're not in tune with of course they ain't the Israelites, but they don't understand the prophecies either, because they're descendants of Canaan. So
okay,
they really can't do anything, but we're the ones that have to do everything and wake up our people.
King J, go ahead, man. We haven't heard from you yet.
Hey, hold up 1 minute, King J. Hold up. Tomorrow, y'all, we got big homie CC at 2:00. He will be in the building. Him and Apostle was going in the other night. Man, I gotta make that a clip. I gotta cut that and just make that a short clip. So we got big homie CC will be in the building tomorrow at 2:00. Go ahead, King J.
Wait, go ahead.
Appreciate that. Peace to the panel. Peace to Ron. I watched the presentation, all 3 hours of it.
Mute your mic, Santana.
I took notes for sure. I have 2 questions specifically, right? You mentioned nasal width, right? You mentioned nasal width, right? In regards to determining Negroid, right? Is that correct?
In terms of in terms of our characteristics that we've acquired since mixing with a lot of the Canaanites in sub-Saharan Africa, yes, we have on average wider noses than Europeans who are in Israel right now. And a lot of the, like I said in the slides, a lot of the majority of the skulls there, the mean width of their nose is way less than African Americans, Black Bantu people, or even the African pygmies of the Khoisan.
Okay, so those noses are called platicin noses, right?
Wide nose.
The low wide noses. Lepterin noses will be the narrow high noses, which are associated with the Caucasians, right? So I just want you to know that in anthropology, modern day anthropology, right, that's described as scientific racism, right? They use that in order to biologically determine the intellect of people, right, and moral character, right? So, for instance, the ones with the narrow high noses, they're placed at the top of that chart, right? You know that, right? Yeah. The ones with the low wide noses, the Negroes, they're placed at the bottom. So I just want you to know that that ideology is that you're subscribing to is scientific racism. The modern day anthropology subscribes the nasal width to climate adaptation, right? The variation in nasal width is attributed to climate adaptation, right? I just want you to know that, okay? Also, we talked about the skulls, right? The Dalek cephalic skulls, right? When we talked about the Badarian skulls, right? Those are the measurements that are used to prove that the Egyptians are Negroid, right? I want you to know that. So those are the same skull measurements that you're saying that the Levant population, the Hebrews have, right? They both have this Dalek cephalic skull type, right? Also, you asked about the Y chromosome in Egypt, right? They both have the E1B1, right? And some J, right?
Here's the thing. Show me E1B1A, not E1B1B, not E1B1.
I didn't say A.
So E1B1A is classic to the Bantu people.
Okay. That's not my argument. So I just wanted you to know that. Also, in regards to Ham, right, and Canaan, right, we know Ham is the father. So if the African territory you're saying is Canaan, I'm asking where is Ham?
The land of Ham is Africa. The children of Ham, they all cast a lot for their territory that they wanted to have. Egypt or Mitzrayim got Egypt. Cush got Sudan. Put got the west of Egypt, which is Libya, and Canaan got the land of the south of his brothers, extending to the coast of the seas, like the Atlantic Ocean, above and below the equator, going all the way down to the tip of South Africa and around to where you have like Kenya at.
Well, you know
where
why I would give you pushback on that is because you got to remember, brother, you got to flip that map upside down. So it's really going to be the Mediterranean Sea that they're talking about and the Levant area like they got it right today. So did you flip the map up there? So when we look at the Nile and how the Nile River flows, right, am I correct to say that the map does not need to be flipped upside down?
No, it does not, because the Nile flows from a high elevation in Central Africa to a lower elevation in the coast of Egypt, where the Mediterranean Sea is. So we always got to understand that Abraham ascended when he left Egypt, and he went south. He ascended upwards to the highland, mountainous, hilly land of Central Africa near the equator. And when Abraham left to go back to Egypt, he descended down. The Hebrew word is Yerad. He descended down from a higher elevation, mountainous area down the Nile River to Egypt, which is near the coastland where the sea elevation is 0. It does not matter if the map is turned upside down or not. There is a due north star, like the north star in the ancient Egyptian star Thubis, and there is due south. So if we look at the east where the sun rises, and we stand there looking at the east where the sun rises, and we look at our right hand, we turn to our right hand, that's a due south. If we turn to the left, that's a due north. Any person that understands Hebrew Egyptian astronomy understands that the ancient Egyptians and the Hebrews knew exactly where due north and due south was. This is the reason why the Hebrews, when they left Egypt, they didn't go north into the Mediterranean Sea. They went south, following the course of the river into a highland area, ascending up, just as Abraham did when he left Egypt to go to the land of Canaan.
Okay, those are my questions. I don't have too much pushback.
sa.neter, I'm sorry, sa.neter, may I trouble you to show those definitions for Canaan? Because
yes, we getting ready to close out. I don't want to keep Ron all day. We got like I don't want to abuse the time that the brother's giving us right now. And let me say this too. Brother Ron Dalton has put in so much work. He have a right to monetize his information.
That's true.
So I just want to say that to the people. So make sure y'all go and support this brother for the work that he put in, for the research that this brother put in with his own time, with his own dime, and his own money, and nobody's paying him to go and research this information. He's doing that on his own dime. So he have a right to charge, and we should support him like the Jews, they support their people, man.
Right.
The Jews support their people and they research. And that's what we got to do. We got to begin to start supporting our brother, supporting our people that's putting in the research. Just because you may not agree with it, still show some type of support if you can. That's all I'm saying, man. All right.
Yeah, put your cash app in the chat, Ron.
Yeah, support the brother, man.
So we can send you some cash, man.
Especially since the mission that he has.
Hold up, Moses. I got my hand up. Don't you see it?
No.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay. So I was next because King J went. If Shah's gonna let us speak, I just wanted to say earlier to the people, not to Ron, but to the people, we got to be careful of, if we've read Sheikh Anta Diop, if we compare Diop to Ron's research, Ron's research won't even stand near him. Diop is way greater teacher. So we need to stop being backwards and childish and going backwards. We're trying to move forward as a nation, not go backwards with charlatans and what did sa.neter call the other guy the other day that gave him all that medicine, Sabi and all that. He had to get his stomach pumped. You feel me? So we can't keep going backwards in the knowledge. Now, here's a statement that he made a statement earlier about African Americans are closer to Hebrews than Egyptians, which was a false statement. And we got the doctors and the sources, because I brought the sources this time because he said GPT wouldn't bring the sources. He said he's not a walking AI Bible. So he respects AI at one level, but at other levels, when it don't support him, it's just a chat. GPT. So now I'm finna show you what GPT showed him. It says, simple, plain English summary. African Americans and ancient Egyptians share African ancestral roots. Hebrews do not. Am I being heard, Si?
Yes, you're being heard.
Now,
But
from
don't
a
nobody
more
care.
connected group than Hebrews do with any other of them. If you want, and then I asked that please give me a peer review and PhD sources to validate your position. Good question. Here are peer-reviewed academic sources, many PhD levels support. And then it goes to Tishkoff, Rosenberg. Let me see. It just gave a list of names.
Do you know who Rosenberg is, man?
Wait a minute. Not that Rosenberg. Adeline Morez Jacobs, PhD doctor, Old Kingdom, Egypt. And it just simply, I'm going to finish up with this right here, and I'm out of that. It says, Hebrews do it. It says, so yes, African Americans, West Africans, and ancient Egyptians form a more connected group than Hebrews do with any of them. That's it.
They're speaking about the Ashkenazi Jew, man. When they speak of that, they are talking about the white man. Sure enough.
He doesn't. Rod doesn't have.
We got Diop on our side. You can hold.
Diop ain't discussed nothing that Ron is discussing there.
Yes, he did. He never claimed that what he just said. Diop would laugh at both of y'all.
Yeah, Diop. Is he dead?
Rod don't have no proof at all. He's just talking ChatGPT.
All right. Who was we with? We was going with Moses. Go ahead, Moses. Your screen sharing, Moses. Go ahead, man. Moses, you on mute, brother.
Oh, sorry about that.
Your screen is up.
All right, so the next slide shows the Hebrew reference for that English word Canaan, right?
First, talk about this slide. You ain't say nothing.
Yeah. I mean, that was the slide I wanted to show first because we wanted to show what area we're talking about. So
all right, Canaan. I see where the arrow pointing at.
Yeah, that's the territory.
Pointing at Jordan River.
Right. That's the land opposite of the Jordan. That's what Hebrew means, land opposite of the Jordan. So that you see, that's where Canaan is located.
That's what the word Hebrew means?
Yes, that's the definition.
It means
I can show you that definition too, but I want to stick to Canaan because Reggie came at Brother Dalton about the word Canaan. So I want to show people what the word means.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Go to the next one. So I'm showing everybody that the reference number is 3667. So let's go to the next one. All right, so 3667. I mean, you see how long it is, right? But check this out. You see that first word right there? Humiliated. Now, why would this word humiliated be assigned to a territory of people entering into a territory that was controlled by Kemet at one time? I'll tell you from a historic standpoint. Babylon, according to the Bible, Babylon was basically was it Genesis chapter 11? There was some type of oppression that was going on in Babylon. And then later on, after Genesis chapter 11 comes Genesis chapter 13, where you see this biblical Abraham show up in the land of Canaan. The humiliation is what was going on in Babylon, because originally even Babylon was a part of us, according to the biblical narrative. When you're talking about so-called Shem, Ham, and Japheth was covering that area of Sumeria. But they were mixing with outside nations, and that was against the ancient African bloodline law. So this Abraham, this black father of multitudes, basically talking about an African people, wasn't down with that. But they were humiliated because their bloodline was polluted. That whole story of Abraham having to, or being told to sacrifice his son Isaac, that story is about showing your allegiance to your African family. That was not a man who was actually going to go kill his son. That was the leaders of Kemet wanting to know whose allegiance these people were to. They're coming back into the land saying, we're returning back to the land of our ancestors. You know, we don't care and we don't want to follow what's going on in Babylon. So that whole story of Isaac, you know, being sacrificed because God told him to, that's just the leadership in Kemet wanting to know. They didn't have no spies coming into the territory. All right, so humiliation, there's that Ham, also the country inhabited by him. Ham, of course, we know that that's supposed to be the Kemetic territory or the Africans in Egypt. I'm just showing y'all that
the word Canaan. The word
Canaan. Come up with this.
All right, let the brother finish. Let him finish.
but it's hard listening to it, man.
Yeah, because okay, so listen. The thing with apostle is like a biblical Eli. He is the descendant of African gods that is comfortable under the leadership of foreigners, and that is
you just don't know what the hell you talking about.
I know that.
Let him go, y'all.
I know your Bible say that you ain't supposed to be under the rule of foreigners, that you're supposed to be under the rule of your own people.
So just go, Moses, finish up.
Issue with everything that I say because he's not ready to do what brother.
Hey, Moses, finish up, man. Let him go, man.
All right, sorry. So let's go to the next slide.
He was nowhere to be found.
Let's go to the next slide. I just want y'all to see how long the definition is for Canaan. It is explaining to you what this English word means. And then go to the last slide. I just need y'all to remember the reference number for Canaan is 3667. It don't necessarily mean what Hebrew Israelites is telling y'all. This story is deeper than what these religious people are telling you. But Ron Dalton is on the right path. When he talks
Can I say something?
Please, Ron.
Hold on. He's closing out now. He's closing out.
I'm done, man. I mean, we know why Apostle is on his bag. He's the elder leading us in the wrong direction. That's the reason why he pushed back on people like Dalton and myself. Because we are in the direction of Africa.
3 straight days.
All right. Yo, one at a time, y'all. Come on, Ron. Go ahead, Ron.
So the meaning of the word Canaan, Kana, the root word of Canaan, is within the Bantu language. It tells the story and the meaning of what happened with the curse of Canaan, Ham, and what the Israelites saw and witnessed, and how they dealt with the Canaanites or the Pygmies when they went into the land of Canaan. It's all in the Bantu language. The etymology of the word Canaan is from the Bantu ancient Hebrew language. I'm gonna break this all down tomorrow at 12 noon. If you want to attend the lesson, you got to register at thenegronetwork.com. thenegronetwork.com, and you'll see tomorrow the proof that the Bantu people knew exactly what Canaan represented, and it is in their language, and it proves and lines up with reality and the DNA and everything I've been showing you, that the true Canaanites are the hunter-gatherer forager tribes that were already living in sub-Saharan Africa prior to the birth of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Esau.
All right. So last question to my brother here. He got his hand up. Ngolo, let's go. And then I'm gonna let Ron close us out, man.
No, if it's a question, then he could just go on and close out. I was finna make a statement.
All right,
something, son, real quick.
All right, go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, when you read that thing about Canaan, it's first talking about the individual was humiliated. Canaan himself, not the land. Canaan himself was humiliated when he was pronounced to be a servant of servants. Not Ham, but Canaan. Ron presented a pretty good, matter of fact, I say an excellent presentation. The only pushback I had against Ron is the Masoretic text. I always speak against the Masoretic text, and I will continue to speak against it because it's not our language. I don't care how much Hebrew they say it is. It's Yiddish. It's a German Hebrew mixed language. And I cannot imagine anybody from Canaan speaking it because it didn't exist. It's fairly a new language that was created around 800, the year 800 BC.
I got a question for Apostle, man.
So don't question me about nothing, man. You had opportunity to debate me.
Yes, man. That's the reason why sa.neter don't have
man. I'm not talking to you.
I have no respect for you.
Nah, chill, brother. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Stop interrupting my video.
Man. Don't put me in that.
Man.
Debate me, and you didn't show up. So I don't want to hear it from you.
Hey, yo, hold on. Hey, yo, Moses. would you like to go over to the debate league and you can challenge Apostle on any question you want? Yes or no?
I can't challenge him. His cup is too full, bro. He ain't trying to
Yes,
hear.
no. You don't have time to speak. Why you saying no? Why you saying no?
Bro, please, bro, this entire presentation, the comments on the presentation, this is exactly the problem with our community, bro. We are living in fantasy land, bro, and it's disgusting. These is grown men, bro. This what I be talking about, bro. Like,
one at a time, Moses. Let him finish.
This book has our people in conception.
Yo, Moses, let the man finish, bro.
This book has us making up false history, false genetics, false linguistics. Like, bro, what is so great about this book and this mythos that got y'all doing all these backflips to try to be a part of these people? I don't understand it, bro. Like, can we please get to reality? We are grown men, bro. Like, there's no way y'all can substantiate none of this stuff, bro. In any academic circle that's serious.
Fact.
Like, all y'all doing,
let the brother finish. Let him finish.
Exchanging conjecture that nobody takes serious. No other group of people that encounter Christianity does this stuff. You're not finna see no Korean people trying to justify their lineage in the Bible, bro. We did this because we was enslaved, bro. But until we realize that we just African, we come from people that practice quote unquote African spirituality. It's diametrically opposed to anything that's Abrahamic. We don't do none of that stuff. It's not, you're not finna find no evidence of it pre-colonial times, bro. It's just not true, bro. Y'all can keep propagating all this. Like, these discussions get, bro, it really get discouraging, bro, to see grown older elder men that believe this stuff, bro. I mean,
don't show up, man. You know?
Yeah, I'm gonna take your advice, brother.
Change your channel, because you never come up here with any sources. All you ever do is run your mouth. Since I see you up here,
this information does not require sources to debunk it. It's fundamentally incoherent.
You don't show no paperwork. You got nothing to back you up.
It's not worth. This is not worth presenting sources, brother. It's not. It's not worth presenting sources. This is nonsense.
All you do is run your mouth.
This is nonsense.
Run your mouth.
Hey, Ngolo, don't argue with the apostle, because he's older and he can catch a heart problem or anything. You know, just be mindful. You know what it is. We all know what it is.
Brother, you can die before me. Especially what you believe. And the way
now
you
just being disrespectful. I'm just looking out for help.
All right, y'all. Come on, man. Come on. Let's get it back together, y'all. Come on.
Even I said earlier that we need to.
I don't want to mess up Ron's video.
Brother, be more respectful.
Cut it out.
You don't know me that well.
No, we just don't want you to.
All right, yo. I want everybody to cut it out. I don't want this video messed up, whether you agree with it or not. The brother put his work in it, whether you agree with it or not. You know,
right?
And, it is what it is. All you got to do is Ngolo. All you got to do is hit me up, yo, brother sa.neter. I need to do a presentation. Clean it up. That's all you got to do, Ngolo.
I'll do a presentation on traditional African culture.
Well, there you go. That's
I'm not trying to argue with this.
No. Yo, Apostle, relax, man. Hold up, Ngolo. Listen. Whenever you ready to do a presentation on whatever you want to, hit me up and say, Sa. That's what Cosmic do all the time. Because I got something coming up with Cosmic. He called me up the other day, a couple of days ago. Sa, I got something on Kemet. I gotta drop this metal netcher. I said, cool, let's get it. That's all you gotta do, Ngolo.
Hey, Sa,
you got a presentation, hit me up, Sa, I'm ready. And you got the floor, brother.
Hey, Sa, you said earlier that we need to back down on the elder because he got, medical issues, and I respect that.
I told you, man.
Can you imagine how?
No. Stop, brother. I didn't tell nobody that. I said I'm not doing that. I said I didn't tell nobody else, but Apostle can handle it.
Nobody should. He's older.
But Apostle can handle it. I ain't tell nobody to do that.
Die before me.
And that's the fact.
I'm not saying you can die, you bitch ass nigga.
What you doing? You doing it again, brother? Nah, brother. You doing it again, bro. Come on, brother. You just told the young brother don't do it, and now you're coming and doing it. You got to have a little more discipline, brother.
All right, that's right.
Come on, brother Rakufu. You better
Did you put your Cash App in the chat?
Yeah, Ron, close us out, brother. And let the people know what your channel is and also your Cash App.
Okay. H2ntv.com. H2ntv.com. Subscribe. It's I created it. It's like Netflix. It's a streaming app platform that I put all my movies and lessons on there. Because YouTube is too much shadow banning and channel deletions and taking down videos and community guideline strikes and copyright strikes. I can't deal with that. I'm not going to waste my time putting hours and hours upon hours of teachings on there for random things to happen to my videos. So yeah, just go there, subscribe. I got tons of videos with hundreds, if not, I mean, it's literally thousands and thousands and thousands of these kind of slides that break down everything in the Bible and reality to prove what I'm teaching and saying. So you can support me on Cash App at $ Hebrews to Negroes, the number 2. So Hebrews with an S, the number 2, and then Negroes, Negroes. Hebrews, the number 2, Negroes. That's Cash App. And again, tomorrow I'm doing a complete lesson on the Bantu etymology of the word Canaan, connecting it to exactly what it means in the Hebrew lexicon and more, proving that the Bantu people are the Israelites and they knew exactly the story of Canaan and everything's in it because it's in their language. It's like a deeper.
All right, yo, he's closing out, Apostle.
No, I'm sending them some money.
Register for that. Register for it on the negronetwork.com. I've been posting it on my Instagram, which is Hebrews_TO_Negro. So I'm posting it everywhere. So people that want to learn, they can come tomorrow and then see the lesson to prove that the Bantu people etymology of the word Canaan is where we get the meaning of the word Canaan in the Hebrew lexicon, modern Hebrew lexicon today.
All right. Apostle, I'm gonna have to talk with you in the back, man, probably later, tomorrow or something, or tonight. I'll call you on the phone. Okay. I gotta let you know how to run this, man. You know, yeah, you can't be cutting people off and beating them up, brother. I said you can't be cutting people off and beating them up and all that.
I try not to.
All right, yeah.
You giving
all right, so now Moses, cut it out. Moses, are you willing to go on over to the debate Coliseum and have a discussion with Apostle? Not a debate, a discussion.
Yeah, we can. We did it already, but
are you ready, Apostle?
What?
To go over to the debate Coliseum?
Not really, but I'll do it.
Okay.
He had opportunity to show up 3 times and he did.
We talking about now, brother. We talking about
that's his fault.
Yes or no, Apostle? I can go start it right now.
I'll do it.
All right, I'm on my way. Y'all could be in there in 5 minutes. Peace and black power. Thank everybody for coming through. And we out of here, man. Peace.
Can we go over there too, sir?
Of course.
All right.